What's up, everybody? This is the Jedi. Good afternoon and good evening. And let me check sound. Jedi. Okay, give me a second. Alhamdulillah. What's up, everybody? This is the Jedi. First of all, good afternoon. And if you're somewhere where it's evening or morning, greetings to you. I'm so pleased to be revitalizing this channel. You know, when I first assembled this channel or produced it, or the reason for its production was to allow my people who were interested in following my life journey as I moved to Africa. It was originally going to be Ghana, but then it became Gambia by the will of Allah. And but also on this channel, it has allowed me, I have been less secretive. You know, there's a lot of videos here on the channel where I'm showing a lot of my life, a lot of things that I would never show back when I had my 23,000 subscriber channel. That was for security reasons. And then certainly things I don't share over on my other channel, the Jedi. This channel is special in that way because I want to keep the curriculum. Like, I'm not going to be doing police brutality on this channel, you know, and stuff like that. And so originally, the purpose of it is to document my move to Africa, but it is from A to Z, so that people who, because I have a nagging philosophy that a lot of our people would be out of here and would be moving to Africa, but they don't know where to begin. They don't know what to do. They don't know anybody. It's just all a mystery and a heavy lift. So my charge was to take upon myself to document my whole everything. So on this channel is everything: how to get your passport. I literally hold up receipts to show you what you got to pay. I explain all the procedures, everything, flights, all of it. And my big thing was to be able to, because in the years that I started researching seriously to move to Africa was in 2015. And the thing that nagged me the most was everybody that I watch. While there's a lot of good work out there, people showing what they're doing and they're documenting, there's just gaps that were so frustrating to me. You know, like they don't show everything. There's a lot of things that are just left as mystery. Like, show me. How many times I sit screaming at my screen, show it, show it, show it, you know. Just a and one example for you is just like, okay, somebody, let's say maybe they're leaving for Africa, you know, so you see them in their house. I just got my passport. I'm leaving for Africa, and they leave. And then weeks later, they're in Africa and they're fully established, and all, you're like, wait, how did you get there? What what happened? You know, and then when they're there, if they're doing something like they may show their house, maybe. I haven't really seen a lot of houses. I've seen interiors, but no real like, this is my house, you know. Even Tony and Ao, who I love in Ghana, I don't know what their house look like. I've seen just where they be at in their house, you know. But so they'll show you something like that, and they'll be like, but we're going to a restaurant, blah, blah, blah. And next thing you know, they're at the restaurant. I need to see you walking out of the house. I need to see you getting in the car. What car did you get in? Was it a taxi? Was it a personal car? Who were you with? What did you see along the way? How did you, I mean, all of this. And then now you're walking into the restaurant. Like what? I mean, that was my charge, to show everything. So when I left, so all the leading up to it, I even did a series of videos here on the channel, sharing my emotional journey, because it's not just a physical journey, it's a spiritual and emotional journey. There's a lot of stress, especially for me, because I didn't know anybody. I didn't have any, there's all this desire, but no, as much as you could plan, there's still so much you don't know, and things you can't control, and all of that, you know. And so I did those videos, and then I live streamed at the airport. You walked onto the airplane with me. You sat in the seat with me. I talked to you. I turned the camera as we're lifting off. I showed it all, you know. And as I've said, and I'll continue to say, probably the only thing I won't show is me going to the bathroom. And I'm not real certain I won't do that, you know. So that's what precipitated this channel for the most part. And then it will morph into my day-to-day life in Africa. As you know, I left for Africa in last February, and the way that everything came together for me was that, subhanallah, there's a sister, Aisha, who I owe my entire life to, the rest of my life, I mean that, who follows me, is one of our family members here on the channel and over on the Jedi channel. Her husband lives in Senegal. So she put me in contact with him. That's how that became. And then, so then I made contact with Papa, and that's what facilitated my entrance into Senegal, because originally I was going to Ghana. After all the years of research of many countries, I had landed on Ghana. It felt right to my spirit. I felt like everything was pointing me there, until they decided to put in mandatory vaccines, and that's not happening. So that was out. But my second choice was what had been the first country I had researched when I started looking at countries in 2015, and that was Gambia. But now I already had a Delta ticket to Ghana. So Delta doesn't fly to Gambia. So now what am I going to do? So the closest I could get was Senegal. Then I had researched that there was a bus that I could take from Senegal to Gambia. And then my sister, my half baby sister in New York, she knew a sister whose husband lives in the Gambia, and that is my beloved brother, Samba. Samba, if you see this, a big shout out to you, brother. I love you eternally. And also to my brother Papa in Senegal, and my family in Senegal. And I wanted to take that ride because it would just be a good journey for me. Like, I didn't want to land in Senegal and then fly to the Gambia. I wanted that uh, just that experience, you know, of riding across the country, you know. And I had already researched what the buses look like and all of that. I knew what I was getting into. And I wasn't planning to be in Senegal as long as I was, but I'm not mad that I was, because I didn't want, I just felt like I, I get this from my grandmother. Like, I don't like to be a problem to anybody. I don't like to be a burden on anybody, you know. And what my life has taught me is that even though people will say things are okay, they don't really mean it. And I don't like that. So, but what I say is exactly what I mean with all my heart. You don't have to question it. Like, I mean it. If you come to my house, I say, totally be at home. I'm not just being nice and gratuitous. I really mean be at home. The only way you're going to piss me off is if I don't see you just being at home. Like, that will make me mad. Be at home. I said be at home. I meant it. So because I have that hang up, I didn't want to be a burden on them in Senegal. But I didn't want to not see them. Like, you know, I wanted to offer respect and, you know, like, I shouldn't just have arrived like today and then left for Gambia today. You know, just didn't feel right. And plus, Papa and I had been communicating over the months before I left. And so I wanted to spend some time, but I thought it may just be, you know, maybe a couple days. But it ended up being like a week and a half. And anyways, and then I made my way to Gambia, and I hated. I knew when I left that I was going to have to come back, because I had not reconciled all of my responsibilities and connections to America. But I got sick and tired of dealing with logistics, and it was stressing me out. I was more stressed out before I left here than I had been in a very, very long time in my life. And my birthday was coming up, and I just thought, you know what, you're going to turn a year older and you still have not gotten the hell out of here. Just go. Just go. Just go and figure it out. So I did that, you know, and I'm glad I did. Even though it was hell for me getting on the plane to come back, I hated that so much. I hated it. It felt like it felt like you leaving your family to go turn yourself into jail for a life sentence, and you weren't convicted and nobody's after you, but you're going to turn yourself in to serve a life sentence. It's like, why are you doing that? That's the best metaphor I could give you for how it felt for me to come back. But it was a fruitful experience for me, because I learned a lot, and things that were a mystery to me, I was able to demystify. Things that weren't a mystery, but I still wasn't sure about, or still needed to see, but still it'd be better if you see it type thing. I was able to get all of that reconciled, you know. So it was for the best. And I can tell you now, before I forget and before I go any further, that I'm scheduled to go to, because remember, one of the stresses I was going through was my best friend of 26 years, my best friend Joseph, who now lives in Florida. And we became friends when I lived in Maryland back in the 1990s. And even after I came out to California and would go back and forth, you know, different years to visit and stuff like that, it was still Maryland. But now Joseph, after he retired, he moved to Florida. And Joseph is older than me. He's 72. I never thought about our age difference because Joseph doesn't look his age, and he's always felt like my contemporary. So it's now as we're getting older that you realize, oh, Joseph is older than me, you know. So that weighed on me before I left because, you know, I'm not white, so my people don't donate to me the way that I wish they had. You know, I was putting together my own 10 grand, and I was raising 10 grand. So I have 20 grand, and then on Ghana money, that would have gave me the equivalent of $100,000 to start with in Ghana. But obviously Ghana was out. But I'm just trying to say that if I had been able to raise the type of money that people can raise, and that I should have been able to raise with my people, then I would have done a lot more things here before I left. There was subscribers, people that I've become friends with, and people I've become close with that I would love to have seen before I left. I could have made some stops. I would have gone to Florida to see my best friend. I wanted to go to Chicago to see my mother's grave before I left. You know, my mother's buried there. It's a lot of things, but I'm just trying to say that I wasn't trying to put out a lot of expenditure here because I knew that I needed to hold real tight to the vest the money that I had, you know. And while my net worth changes when I get to Africa, it's still the same as it is when I'm here. So hold tight, you know. So I just was like, I can't do it. Plus the time that it would take and all of that. And I just thought, I'm not doing it. And I got tired of, also, I'm a very kind man. Like, I'm a very kind person. It's one of the things I love about myself. But in the last several years, I've been trying to train myself to stop giving so much about other people, you know, stop caring so much. You got to think about you first. And that's difficult for me because I'm like my grandmother. She always put herself last. She never wanted to be a burden to anybody, you know. And I get that trait from her. So I just thought, I can't. Either Joseph, maybe once I get settled, I'll come back, I'll visit him. Hopefully he will live. And if not, then I certainly will come back for his funeral if he passed away, God forbid. Or I would just come back once I got settled, you know, or he's going to have to come to Africa. But this has got to be about me. So I'm only going to Florida next month because I was still in that place of like, I'm not spending the money for a flight ticket to go to fucking Florida. I'm just not doing it. I can't do it. I'm not doing it. So it was back in February. It was right around my birthday. And Joseph and I were speaking, and he was saying, you know, what's it going to take to get you to Florida? I was like, you know what, Joseph, you just have to pay for it. I just threw that out there defiantly. I meant it, but I was just being defiant. He goes, okay, done. Now what? So, all right, when, you know? So I'm going to go to Florida. I'm scheduled to leave here on the 5th of June. And I'm going to go to Florida for a couple weeks. I was going to go for a month, but Joseph lives in a retirement building that's very don't. So apparently when they have guests that come to stay, they can only stay for 2 weeks. I'm not paying for a hotel. So that's fine. 2 weeks is fine. And then I will come back. And then then now my nephew is saying he wants to come here in August. I desperately want to see my nephew. You know, I miss him so much. And talking to him is not enough. I need to hold him and touch him and punch him and shake him or whatever, you know. And but my brother Samba laid out a case the other day when we were speaking that it looks like I might be returning to Gambia in September, everybody. It looks very strong that that is what's going to happen. I can tell you, to start to lead us into our main topic, this thing between Africans and African Americans. I feel like I've spoken on this in the past, but it needs my voice just because of the gifts that Allah has given me, and also because I know Africans and I've been to Africa. As you know, even before I left here back in 2015, I said I'm making it my mission to start befriending Africans. I'm doing it. And I did that. Like, I never say something. You hear me say something, I mean it. If I say I'm gonna kill you, you should probably move because I'm coming to find you. I mean it. Don't waste your time on the earth to do or say anything you don't mean, everybody. Don't do it. Don't. So that's how I met my Nigerian brother, Amos. You guys have heard me talk about him a million times. And I literally was at the bank. Yeah, I was at the bank, and years ago now. And that Amos and I have been friends. In fact, Amos is the one taking me to the airport. I understand that detail. So I was at the bank, and so here in California, they're always giving out these free phones. They call them Obama phones. And so where I was parked at, I went to my, I don't know if I was going in or when I came out, but I heard him speak. That's it. That's an African accent. I went over to him. I said, brother, excuse me, what country are you from? He goes, I am from Nigeria. I introduced myself. I said, we have to be friends. We have to be friends. We just have to be. So I got his phone number. I gave him my phone number. He was inviting me to his church. I'm over it. But I would have gone, and I was trying to go. But then he ended up doing these phones like right by my house. So literally I would be with him almost every day, you know. And here most recently, when he was going to, for the first time since he's been here, he was going back to Nigeria to visit his family. You know, he has a wife and children there. And I had such a debacle getting to the airport when I left here, and people wanting money, even one of my so-called Muslim brothers. But I'm just kind of over calling Arab Muslims my brother because they're not showing me no brotherhood at all. So I'm really kind of over their ass. I'm really just kind of over it, you know. I mentioned that because I called one of my Muslim brothers who was from Lebanon, Semi, and I was like, yeah, Semi, I need a you know, I thought he would be able to take me to the airport, and he wasn't gonna be able to do it. He goes, but there's a brother who was from Egypt, and he kind of put the word out that if somebody needs, you know, to get to the airport, like, he's the person to call. I was like, okay, well, just let him know I can offer him $100, you know. He calls me and assalamu alaikum, brother. Oh, you know, blah blah blah. And I go, so as I told Sammy, I can offer you $100, brother, you know. And he goes, I would want 150. It was a dagger in my heart. I could have paid the 150, but it's a principal issue for me at this point. So I was like, oh, okay, mashallah, that'll be fine, you know. But I immediately got off the phone with him and start going through my damn phone like, who the hell else? If I have to crawl to this airport, I'll do it. And I reach my buddy Rodney, who seems to show up in my life when I am in crisis. And I called Rodney. I said, Rodney, can you blah, blah, blah. So Rodney said he could do it. So I called this brother. I said, yeah, brother, it's fine. I won't need you to take me after all, you know, alhamdulillah. And I just let it go. Like, I'm never calling him ever again in life. Here at the end. Die. So I mentioned that because, and then even Uncle had, because I remember I had to go twice, because the first time I went, I was on a live with you guys, and I missed the flight, not because I was on with you guys, but because the plane left early, you know. And Uncle had taken me that day, and I gave him $100. And so now I didn't leave that day that I was supposed to leave, because the plane left early. So it was like 3 days later or something like that, that Rodney took me. And so I said all that to say that when I saw Amos now, when he was saying he was going back to Nigeria to see his family, I said, how are you getting to the airport, Amos? He goes, oh, I don't know. I go, no, here's what can happen. I said, my car is not going to LAX, but your car will. And I can take you to the airport in your car. It was a lifesaver for him, you know. I always try to be what I want the world to be, you know. So I wish somebody had just been willing to just take me out of the goodness of their heart. I have a Muslim brother that years ago, he was going to Egypt, a black dude. And he just mentioned in his conversation, he was getting a rental. I go, why are you getting a rental? He goes, oh, because I got to go. I said, brother, I could take you. He goes, oh, but the flight doesn't leave till like, you know, something in the AM. I go, well, what time do you want to leave? And it was so good for him because he slept the entire way to the airport. He was tired. So alhamdulillah, I dropped him off. I bid him well. I gave him our little Islamic kiss thing that we do. And I drove off. No money changes hands. Just the glory of Allah. That's it. That's it, man. That's the way the world needs to be. Stop expecting something every time you do something for somebody. I'm sick and tired of it. So, so that really worked out well for Amos. But now, I want to say that I will never, ever go. I'll go to Senegal because now I have family there. But I will never, ever fly into Senegal ever again. Because if I do, I have to have a hand grenade and a rocket launcher with me. There's a video here on the channel. You can go and see how I was attacked, physically attacked by black African officials at the fucking airport in Senegal. Me. So I'm over Senegal. And I didn't like the fact that they hold themselves up as a English speaking country, but nobody spoke English except for my family members. That's it. That's it. If I went any place by myself, I felt like I was alone on the planet. It's not so much they don't speak English. I think I'm just more upset that they speak French. We speak English here in America because of the crime against our people. But we're right here with this white devil. You are a whole African country where these people don't even live. Why are you speaking their language? That's psychotic to me. They don't even live there. They're not even part of your government. They're nothing. And you speak their language and continue to teach your generations this language. For what? For what? It's so upsetting to me, dude. I can't even tell you. But all of their bureaucracy and systems that I dealt with, and certainly at the airport, even when I left to come back, I had issues. Because when the journey coming, because the bus ride coming from Gambia back to Senegal, it's an 8-hour ride, but then there's a ferry that you got to take. The bus has to drive onto the ferry and go over at a point in the journey, and that's subjective because if the ferry is full, then you got to wait till it goes over and comes back. And then now it's empty again. And now, you know, so the flight was supposed to leave at like 1 something. We were there at 11:40. And I wasn't the only one. It was probably a dozen of us with various stories. I don't know if everybody even came from Gambia. But everybody was in some state of lateness. But it's 11:40. The flight don't leave till 1 something. So we late, but we not really late. The plane is still sitting right there. There's literally luggage on the belt behind them going in there. There's no activity at the Delta counter. It's just this asshole that I'm going to tell you about and two people, a sister and a brother. The sister was over here by herself, and then maybe a couple seats down there was this other brother, and the asshole was over here, and they were looking at a laptop, looking at something. That's it. It was like there was all these passengers and all this activity at the Delta counter. Oh my God, no, it wasn't any of that. And he had a shitty attitude. You are late. You are late. You are late. He wouldn't give me his name. I'm having flashbacks of being attacked when I first arrived in this bitch. And why was I attacked? Because remember, I'm taping everything. I'm trying to show y'all everything. Literally, when I came off the airplane and walked into the terminal, it's a rinky-dink nothing airport. I literally took my GoPro, because I'm standing in line in the little snake line. I turn on my GoPro and I just literally turn in a circle. Just turn in a circle. That's it. And I didn't even remember to hit stop and then turn it off. So it didn't even record. That is why they jammed me up. Instead of just looking at my passport and saying it ain't even been stamped by nobody yet. He ain't even been nowhere. This is first fucking stop. This is it. He's never been anywhere on this passport. But they are the worst type of black sellout. The worst. You know how we feel about people that sell us out here? This is what I felt for them. The worst kind of sellout. I was ready to blow up the airport and get back on the plane. I didn't care what the fuck happened to me because I just felt like I didn't have no reason to live at this point. My whole life is invested in this. And this is how you treat me. I'm 5 minutes into this damn continent. This is how you're treating me. I was ready to kill everybody. 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 So a lot of hostility I have for Senegal. A lot of hostility. Also, when I went to the Renaissance Monument, the big statue, I have it here on the channel. I got to fly my drone to get that shot that I got for you guys. That aerial shot, like that was work, because the drone can take up to 30 miles an hour wind. That's fine, but it's still a struggle to fly. I had the sun in my face. We're at the base. We're down on this ground. It's 100 steps just up to the base of this damn statue. And then it's like, I mean, but then there was birds too. When I fly here in America, the birds don't give a damn. They don't come near you. It's nothing. But now I'm dealing with birds. And here comes some asshole out of nowhere telling us we can't film. When dozens of people going past us with cameras and phones, and it's a fucking public monument. It's literally here to be photographed and videotaped. And I mean, it was a whole thing, everybody. Like, I cannot. This is going to lead us into this is why I tell you I'm the best person to speak on this. So it left a very, very bad taste in my mouth. In fact, after that, because we hadn't gone to see the statue yet, and it's my birthday, no less. And I just was like, I want to leave. I'm ready to leave. I'm over it. I'm ready to leave. And I could see Papa was so frustrated for me and with me, you know. And I just was over it, man. We literally got in the taxi. I feel like somehow the taxi driver went the wrong way, because that's not the way I remember we approached the street that is in front of the monument. So he turned around and we were going back past it. I go, okay, fine, I'll go. So he pulled over and we got out. But I'm going to play this video of this person that I have in the thumbnail, because that just recently came onto my radar. I want to say this first of all, everybody. First of all, the white man is the devil. That's a mantra that you will always hear from me, because it is the truth. I'm not 21. I've lived all over this country. I've dealt with white people at every level, from the lowest next door neighbor to the corporate level. I know these people like I know my name. These are my findings. This is my result. You understand what I'm telling you? And that's important to mention, because we're in the state that we're in because of white people and nothing else. Nothing else. Nothing else. Don't give me biblical prophecy. Don't give me any of that. The white man is the devil. And it is because of this white devil that Black people are in the state that we are, both here in America and on the continent of Africa, anywhere in the diaspora, in the Caribbean, in Brazil, in whatever. This is the reason why we're in the state we're in, because of white people. And until African people holistically across the earth begin to reject, viscerally reject white people at every level. That means you don't even want to be their friend if they're your next door neighbor. You can be, you can just ignore them. If you have to work with them, or if you have to, you must transact business or something with that, then let that just be very transactional and very clinical and move on. But all this engracing yourself to them and stuff like that, it just continues to put the nails in the coffin of our people and our progress. You know, even today, we just learned that the ICC, which I heard some Orthodox Jew guy calling it the International Caucasian Court, because they're very quick, because they're the devil, they're very quick to prosecute Black African leaders for various sanctions and insurrections and things like that. But no white Western leaders have ever been prosecuted. And they just brought an arrest warrant against this ass wipe that runs the shit stain in Northeast Africa called Israel. And so we learned that, but I'm trying to say that we give them, because we think we're supposed to be kind. I'm very, very good at being very, very cold. I started out telling you what a nice person I am. I am the nicest person you will ever know. A lot of people say that, and it's words. It's the truth with me. But I'm also very, very good at icing you out and being very vindictive if I don't like you. You understand? And I don't just dislike people for no reason, like just being petty or something like that. Like, we have every reason to hate the fuck out of these people eternally. You understand? Just like these fake Zionist people who have tried to replace us, trying to say they're the Semitic people and they're the real Jews. They're the very definition of anti-Semitism, because you're not even a Semite. You're not even a Semite. You're not an African and you're not an Arab. So how did you become Semitic? I'd just like to know that answer. I'd just like to know it. Just like to know it, you know. But we've been taught that you have to be nice. I don't need to. We have to put that down. And sadly, Black parents are not those who haven't learned, so therefore they don't teach. And then there's that older class that went through it, like in the thick of like the civil rights and all the other stuff. And they're the main ones who are the weakest amongst us. They've got no fight, no grit, and they in love with this demon, in love with them, in love with them. James Clyburn, he's the reason why we never got Bernie Sanders as president. It's his old bitch ass who needs to die. It's him. It's him. And dumb ass old Black people, old Christian folks. You understand? So all of this has a synergy to it as it relates to all Africans across the diaspora, whether it's the mother continent or here or anywhere else. The first commonality is Christianity. Because any Black Christian of any stripe, whether they be African or African American, has no moral foundation. None. That's one. Number two, they don't fear God and they don't fear the last day. Therefore, they fear this white devil. Because here's an example of that. In this country, they are like, oh, you have to vote for Biden because otherwise it'll be Trump. One of the key states, two of the key states is Georgia and Michigan for Biden's diaper wearing ass. And Michigan happens to be the state in the United States that has the highest density of Muslim population in the country. He needs that vote. Needs it. It literally, their numbers make the difference. Go talk to any political analyst, any of these people that know it, they will all tell you. The Muslim community makes the difference. It's not even up for question. And when he said no to ceasefire and sent his envoys to the UN to back that up, the Muslim community said, we will not meet with you. He wanted to meet with them, just like he went to South Carolina and spoke in the Black Christian church. You see the difference? They'll let a genocidal murderer come in and speak to their dumb Christian asses, but the Muslim says, don't even come right here. Not right here. We don't give a damn who's president. It could be Santa Claus. We're not voting for your ass. We're not, because we have to answer to our maker on the last day. And we're not going to be given some pass because we were too afraid. You understand? Like, the right thing to do is not to vote for this genocidal demon, period. But because Black Christians are the weakest amongst us, and they outnumber all African people, whether it's here or in Africa as a whole, there's more of them than us. Yes, we have whole Muslim countries in Africa. By the way, most Muslim countries are African countries, everybody. It's not beige as Arab people. But every time you hear about a Muslim country, it's always somebody that looks like them. Not true. Do you understand? And they represent a very tiny minority of the overall Muslim population on earth. There's nearly 2 billion of us, and they make up a small fraction of that. Most Africans, most Muslims on planet Earth look like me and you. Know that. So we would never vote for him. So you have this disparity of character between the two groups. So this is a division. Now you add that to the information divide, which is closing now because of the advent of social media and the internet. So Africans, while in Senegal they can still teach their kids that goddamn French, apparently not. They're just not learning anything about African American history, just not learning it. But whatever. But the knowledge divide is closing. So you have more Africans that we can see on social media and interact with, hear their point of view, understand what their experience is and things like that, and they can do the same. So we're beginning to understand that, oh, we're more common and we're not, and all of that, you know. We still have an uphill battle because while many of the African countries are still influenced by this white devil, and many of their leaders, especially in the Francophone countries, have been propped up by this white devil so that they can have the resources. I just heard the diaper talking about, he was staying with President William Ruto of Kenya, and he was saying, and a reporter stood up and asked him about, what are you doing in Haiti? And then there was something else about the Democratic Republic of Congo. And he was saying that, you know, they're doing so much in Congo. And I don't want you there helping anything, because we know that white people, I don't care if they're president or if they're bitch next door, they don't do anything to be benevolent. They don't have that bone. They don't have that gene. You understand? We come from a heritage of, I just do this for you because it's the right thing to do or because this is good for you. If you do something for me, that's fine, but I'm not looking for it. We've been taught it must be transactional. If I do something for you, you better do something for me. No way I could just do something for you out of the goodness of my heart. No way. You see? So what we know about this devil is that they never do anything just because it's the right thing to do. That's it. And just walk away from it. No. There's always something in it for them. That makes them dangerous. Also, why this divide between this so-called divide between, because I don't really think it runs as deep as people make it. And usually the people I see speaking on it are not, don't have the intellectual gravitas or savvy or inventory that I think, you know, that gives them a certain credibility with me, you know. It sounds like they're more caring the torch of something they heard, and they've just kind of bought into it, you know. I'm not really hearing that's what it sounds like to me. And but why this is also dangerous to us too is because as we begin to, because more and more of us are finding out what Africa really is, that it's not huts and lions and tigers and bears, that it's everything and anything that you want and could dream. And as we begin to open our eyes, because the white devil has been going there, while they're telling you it's one thing, they know what it really is, and they've been going there. We have to wake up very quickly, because even if we're not going to go there, we got to defend Africa and keep their white ass out of it. Because what we also know about this devil is wherever they go, they poison it and ruin it. Doesn't matter what it is, a public restroom or a country. One of them is all it takes to ruin it completely. That's real. Even one, and you've ruined it. Even one, and you ruined it. That you ruined it. You ruined it. You ruined it. You ruined it. They can't be trusted, and they can never go any place and not try to run everything. Do you understand? This is the one entity on earth that does not play well with others. Does not play well with others, and is indeed the very cause of the strife of everybody else. All of it. If what is being prosecuted in Gaza was being prosecuted by anybody other than somebody white, it would have been a totally different reaction. It would have been over. But they depend on our kindness. You see, when we get just as violent as they bitch ass, it will all change. All of it. All of it. But in the meantime, it's important that we begin to sew the stitches or whatever is needed to dictate, even not just to represent, but dictate the perception of what really is the relationship between Africans and African Americans. Because what I know is Africans who come here, first of all, you must understand the intellectual or the educational divide between Africans and African Americans. Africans are just smarter than us, dude. They're way more savvy. They're more resourceful. The quality of the education that they get which I'm always like, why are you going to other places for education outside of the continent? They're already brilliant. Already, they at any grade level, they run circles around that counterpart here. They do. They do. The level of education that they have. And then they're usually multilingual. You know what I mean? So, you know, so they're on, with education comes a certain level of I don't know, but whereas, you know, when you speak to a lot of Black people here, and they're getting their education or they're getting a degree or something, it's in something that does not equal anything. Or I'm majoring in psychology. All right, who's next? You know what I mean? You talk to an African, it's biochemistry, it's nuclear physicists, it's engineering, it's electricity, it's something that is like six-figure coin, you know, like it's something major. They don't waste time. And like, even if you see them driving a taxi here or doing something else, don't be fooled by that, because they also will do whatever they need to do to get where they're going, which is something we need to learn from them. Do whatever you got to do to get where you got to go. Do you understand? So they do that, and they outperform us. I brought you, even we covered the Ebola bullshit that this white devil unleashed a few years ago. One of the pieces that we learned was that all the major Ivy League schools were releasing press releases saying that anybody from Nigeria and there were some other countries that they were putting a halt on that, because we learned that if you have an African sounding name, certainly a Nigerian name, you're in. Harvard, Princeton, Yale, it doesn't matter. You're in, you're in, you're in. You see? Because they are smarter than us. And that's okay. So don't feel jealous about that. Celebrate that. Just acknowledge it. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just a fact. It's no different than saying, oh, the sky is blue. Oh, that's fine. It's blue. It's blue. They're smarter than us. They just are. They just are. You know, and the maturity level, you know, and it's not to say that they don't have some slackers someplace. I don't know where, but they're there somewhere. You know, all my brothers that I was just telling you about earlier on, they're all younger than me. I never felt like that the whole time. From the moment I met any of them till now, I didn't even remember that they were younger than me. Wallahi, that's the truth. That's the truth. I didn't even remember that they were younger than me because of how they carry themselves, how they represent, you know. And that's a testimony of its own. But so you have to accept when you see them here that they are better than you. But put aside this thing that they come here and they give them money because they don't. I can tell you that Amos and I had this conversation years back. And he was saying to me that before Trump, it used to be $500,000 US that they had to show that they have when they come here. But when Trump came in, it was a full $500,000. It was $250,000 or something like that. Then it was $500,000. Yeah. Now it's $500,000. Like, and not only do you have to have the money, but you have to, you must do like business, or you have to buy a house. You have to do something that contributes to the U.S. economy and show that, you know. And there's all sorts of fees and taxes and stuff that they pay. You don't even want to get into that world, dude. So put down this fiction that they give them money when they come here, because they also have something you and I simply will not exercise. We have it, but we won't do it. Because how many years did I sit saying, please donate, please donate? Yeah, I have a campaign up now for our mosque in Gambia that I'm trying to raise a lousy $6,000 for. Again, I'm not white and I'm not guilty. Because if I was white and guilty, they would just give over the money. They set up the GoFundMe for somebody else, that the person doesn't even have to set it up. Somebody else sets it up and they raise gazillions. You feel me? This is how pathetic we are. So the African has something else that you and I simply won't do. So before you condemn them, you need to understand who they are first and see how pathetic we are. Because the other thing they have is, if one of them is trying to come to the United States, they can literally ask others for money and they will give it to them. They will contribute. Nobody's sitting back, I don't know. I don't know. If they have it, they will give it. Period. So they have support. You see, to come here to do something. And then when they're here, they continue to send something back. I brought you the statistic years ago of anybody who is from anywhere, who leaves that place and goes anywhere and sends money back to where they came from. Nobody on earth outdoes Africans. They send more money back to the continent collectively than any other group anywhere doing anything to send anything for anyone ever. That's who they are. Even my brother Amos, he is networked with the Nigerians here where I live. And every month they send a pot back to Nigeria. As someone who took him to the airport when he left, I could tell you what his luggage was. And when he came back, he brought the kitchen sink. One of the bags, I still think there was a dead body in it. We're still checking. There was some DNA and there was some things. There was some DNA. It was a body. But whatever. But again, because when the brothers say, bring this back for me, bring such and such, bring this, they bring it. You feel me? Unity, everybody. Unity. Unity. So before you want to hate on them, you need to get to know them. And there's a lot of things that we should be trying to emulate about them, because they are the genuine article, whether we like it or not. They are the genuine article, period. Period. Now, they're not perfect, but they're in a lot better place than we are. They just are. And know this. When I was in Gambia, I was going around looking at apartments, condos, houses, all of it, looking for a place to stay. Well, all that's for somebody like me. Not just in Gambia, but in most of Africa. People own their land and own their home. Don't really got no bills. So they're wealthy. And there's no credit system. Everything's cash. You understand? And that's just a better society. There is no credit score and background check. Period. You find a place today, you like it today, you give the money today, you move in now. Done. Done. No, we'll do a background check. And no. And a credit check. No. But no. There's none of that. First, let's see this sister that that's full of piss and vinegar, because she is a poison as I see it. Now, I couldn't find her isolated video, and when I could, somebody else, but so there's a brother, Bayo Adio. I feel like he's Ghanaian. No, he's Nigerian. But he plays the entire clip, so we're gonna see that. What you'll be struck by is when she starts off, she's very demure and very sort of matter of fact, and then she turns into something. Like, boom. Like we used to say, she flashed. That's what we call flashing. She flashed. You feel me? Wait, let me cue it. Okay, let me bring you in. And we're going to talk about this, because there needs to be a discussion about this, because she will be familiar to you. You've seen other people, or will see other people if you're one of these rare people that haven't. And in fact, one of the queens sent me something. I hope it's on my Instagram. It's from Instagram, but I don't know if it's on my Instagram. Damn, I think she just texted it to me. There's this sister that's in Ghana. We're going to talk about that. Let's see this chick first.
Recently, I've been talking a lot about race relations on my channel, and some of the comments that I get are from Nigerians in Nigeria who talk about how if they were in America, all of the wonderful and amazing things that they would be able to do if they were in America. If I were in America, I would be rich, I would be famous, I would be this, I would be that, because you Black Americans are lazy, you Black Americans are this, you're that, you love thug culture. I just got a comment the other day, and I commented back to the person about their colonial mindset. Hello, everybody. I am doing this live, but I am doing this just to get this idea out so that I could jump back into the video that I'm editing, because listen, it's another day, another Karen. So I'm constantly having to battle Caucasians on one hand, and then now I have to battle Africans on the other. And you all know, listen, I love my Nigerian people. I am genetically Nigerian and Ghanaian. I just spend December and just won't go home.
Which is a double. She says she's Nigerian and Ghanaian. I'm sick and tired of Africans not understanding they're the same damn people. Because I know Ghanaians and I know Nigerians. In fact, Amos is exactly like a brother that I worked side by side with for years in Maryland named Kofi Ohene Okai. And Kofi was from Ghana. Amos is Kofi. He is Kofi. You don't know that you look and sound just like these people? You don't know that? That's something else, but I needed to point that out. We'll go back to Scosh and we'll move on. All right, let's go.
Jump back into the video that I'm editing because listen, it's another day, another Karen. So I'm constantly having to battle Caucasians on one hand, and then now I have to battle Africans on the other. And you all know, listen, I love my Nigerian people. I am genetically Nigerian and Ghanaian. I just spent dirty December and just won't go home January in Ghana and Nigeria. And there's a pervasive thought that I continue to see over and over and over again. And that idea is that somehow there's something defunct and wrong with African Americans just because our trauma is different than your trauma. And as I was editing this video, I realized, listen, the only reason why your black ass would be able to come over to America and be able to do anything is because of the hard work, the blood, the sweat, the fighting, and the dedication of African Americans who on this soil changed this land. African Americans are the ones who got this country integrated. Let me explain something to you. White people in this country did not give us anything. We have had to take. And this is why you see what is going on in the news and the media right now. We took in the 1960s what it is that we had. We took their lynchings, their terrorizing, their burning down of our neighborhoods, and we continue to rebuild and rebuild and revisit and retwist and re-rise up what it is that we have done in this country. And the only reason why anybody can bring their black ass over here from another mother effing country is because of what black Americans have done on this land. And I'm saying this as a person who is bicultural, whose father is not American, doggone it. My father is an immigrant, and he was able to come over to this country and do something in this country because of the black people who fought, who died, who bled, who were lynched on this land. So don't sit your black ass over there in some other goddamn country talking about what you would do in America. The only reason why your black ass could even get the F over here is because of what we have done. Doggone it. Listen to what it is that I'm saying. The reason why people are able to get onto the radios in America is because what black Americans have done, the culture that we have created with nothing. Nothing. We have been given nothing. Everything that we have in this country, we have because we have taken. Listen to what it is that I'm saying. So don't sit your black ass over there in your country where you're not doing what you need to do with your government. If anything, you should feel inspired by African Americans, inspired to pick up your picket sign and take your ass off your seat and go out there in the streets and protest in your damn land.
She's worked up.
Listen to what it is that I'm saying, because I was over there in Nigeria. I walked the streets of Lagos, Abuja, and where was it that I was? It was not Owerri. I was in, I'll just say Igbo land. I walked the streets and I saw what it was and I saw what it was like. And I talked to Nigerians, and part of the issue is that there is a docility that exists inside of the average Nigerian that I spoke to. Had a complacency and a docility that exists in there when it comes to their government. And then, right, the nerve of anyone to suggest that because of the type of trauma that you experience in your country, the type of brainwashing that you exist in your country is different than the type of trauma and brainwashing that we have existed in this country, that somehow that makes you better? No. Part of the reason that Nigeria looks the way that it is right now is because Europeans ran roughshod over that country. Europeans ran roughshod over Nigeria, took down your symbols and put up their own, implanted you with their religion, have you worshiping white skin. And then after they sucked and siphoned from the country enough, then they started implanting the leaders that they wanted, who would fulfill their white supremacist agenda. And so now you have government officials who don't give a good goddamn about the average Nigerian, because they take their money and they put their money abroad, and they leave you there without lights 24 hours a goddamn day. Meanwhile, they got lights. I've been to Banana Island. I see what rich Nigerians live like. Speaking of which, if I were to come to Nigeria with my American mindset, I would be rich in Nigeria, because I'm not from Nigeria and I don't have the same type of indoctrination that Nigerians have. So when you start trying to say that you will come over to America and do all this, that, and bravo, because you've been trained in a different way. If I went to Nigeria, listen, I was in Nigeria 3 weeks before I made it over to Banana Island. And when I spoke to one of my Nigerian friends, I didn't realize how difficult of a thing that is for the average Nigerian. So don't sit there and start talking about how you would do so much different. If anything, this is the time right now that we need to come together. Instead of being in your colonial programming and mindset, instead of that, release those shackles. Release those shackles and realize that what African Americans are doing and have done in this country is remarkable. It is revolutionary. We have changed this world, goddammit, because if it wasn't for African Americans, Black people would still be in the goddamn zoo. Listen to what it is that I'm saying. Listen, we are all African. My ancestors were kidnapped Nigerians and kidnapped Ghanaians. We are all African, all of us. So don't be jealous because our ancestors were stolen and yours were left back there. Did you want to go through this here? Did you want to? Did you want to go? Listen, by the time slavery on this soil ended, there were 600,000 rape babies on this land. Listen to what it is that I'm saying. 600,000. That doesn't even count the amount of children that were fed to alligators. It doesn't count the amount of children from backbreaking work who were never born. 600,000 more. You want to know how many rapes have to exist for 600,000 of those to result in a pregnancy? And then under those hard conditions for it to result in the birth of a baby. You want to know how many rapes had to take place? Listen, don't be jealous because of what it is that we have done. I have a blue passport because my family was born on this God-forsaken land. And I am going to get everything that is due by my birthright of this nation, me. But I'm not going to discount the experience of another person who is more mentally enslaved than I am. I speak about this all the time. And you all know, listen, I love my Nigerian people. I do. Like I said, I'm genetically Nigerian. You look at my father, you see an Igbo man. However, my father was not born and raised on this funky land. He was not born and raised in the mental slavery, the drudgeons thereof that have enslaved mentally the people who are on this land. Some of them, because many of them have risen to be able to get us the level of human rights that we have now. And still, every 20 to 30 hours, a Black person is murdered by the police in this country. And then you see we got effing vigilantes out there killing Black people too. Karens harassing us when we just try to live. We got your bubbas and your rednecks hunting us down when we try to jog and exercise. We got hooded men who came by, poured gasoline on the things that we have built and burnt them to the ground. And we got more hooded men who put on badges every day, gavels in their hand, scalpels in their fingers, and steering wheels in their palms. We have policymakers in this country whose forefathers wore hoods and them who still have the hooded heart. And when I say hooded, I'm talking about the Klan, baby. Listen to what it is that I'm saying. So no, don't sit over there in some foreign land talking about what it is that you would do in America, because if you were born on this land entrenched in the funk and the foulness that exists on this land, you would be just as mentally enslaved, just as mentally entrained as the people who are here. So don't think that because your trauma is different than ours, that there's something better about your trauma. Because if anything, just the mere fact that you even dream, that you salivate of going to another land, shows and tells that there's something going on yours that needs to be fixed. So rather than going off and talking about all of the things that you would do in America, please do them in Nigeria. Fix your government, rise up, do whatever it is that you need to do on your land. It's time that we came together, and it's like there's so many people out there who are puppets and arbiters for white supremacy, puppeting racist ideals and racist ideas that they've been taught by the supremacist regime. And part of the issue is, and I'm going to say this and then I'm going to get out. I'm going to say this and then I'm going to jump off the video. In America, our racism is overt. They try to dog whistle it every once in a while, but it's overt. You can see from the numbers, you can see from the way Black people are treated. It's overt here. Where colonialism existed, it's insidious and it's silent. You don't really know that it's there, but you know, it's like you feel like the frog in the water where the heat is turning up slowly. You don't know what it is, but you're feeling uncomfortable. So that it's so much easier for you to sit on the internet and talk about what you would do in America, fantasizing about the rights and the privileges that have been gained off the backs of the same people that you disrespect, rather than getting up off your ass and doing that in your own land. Listen, if anything, I prefer the racism of the United States to the racism that exists in the UK, to the colonial mindset that exists in many African countries and in Caribbean islands. I prefer it because these people, they don't mince words. They tell you how they feel. They show you how they feel with their policy. Meanwhile, in other countries, it's silent and deadly because you're sitting there. Listen, we talked about this when I was in Nigeria. Monthly salary. What was the monthly salary when we talked? $150 per month, 150 US per month in Nigeria. I think the salary was $30 a week. I was at a hotel where I was spending $160 a day. There was half a month's pay for the man who took my money. Half a month's pay. This is not stuff that I am theorizing about. This is stuff that I have seen. So it's like, yes, people think that we complain and that we moan and bemoan. People think that we are dissatisfied and we're always complaining and we're harping and this, that, and the other. That's because there's inequality. That's because there is an infringing on human rights. That's because there's a disparity that exists in this land. And so we speak up about it and we let our voices be heard. Does it get annoying for people to have to hear you complain over and over again? I'm sure it does get annoying, but it gets stuff done. People over here talking about the riots. Oh, people are paying attention though, right? Because how many people will sit silently as people march peacefully, but start damaging some stuff, and then now all of a sudden ears perk up. It's on the main news. It's broadcasted worldwide. So yes, listen, instead of sitting there salivating about what's going on and the opportunities that were created in other countries, listen, go do your damn research. It wasn't but 55 years ago that we integrated. Black people and white people could not be in the same spaces. They had funky, wretched, unclean bathrooms for us, hot ass, dirty ass, lead-filled water for us. Meanwhile, refrigerated water for the white people, clean bathrooms for the white people, police to serve the white people. I mean, you still see how they're calling the police on us because they know, oh yeah, if I call the police on your black ass, they're going to believe me and not you. So if left up to the devices of the average white supremacists in this country, there wouldn't be nothing for you to come over here for. There wouldn't be nothing for you to come over here to get or to gain, because your black ass would be segregated someplace with the police ready to bash in your goddamn African head at any chance that they get. Because ain't nothing, the only thing worse than an American nigga is a foreign nigga. Listen, I'm gonna get off of here. I want to hear your comments below.
All right, guys. So that's kind of generally the video.
Okay. You saw she flashed. Wait. She flashed. She flashed. Boom. That's what you call going up. But I when I saw this, he was very diplomatic in his review of her reaction, and he's also some generation Nigerian who, I don't know if he was born here or born there, but he's he has both experiences. Then there was somebody else that I saw that was off to the right, and I didn't watch him, or at least not all of him, because as he got into it, I could tell he was very dismissive of her, condescending, and I just didn't feel like I needed to go any further with him. But what we must understand is this, everybody. There has to be a vigorous and sustained education that you have to go on African channels, whether you're on YouTube or TikTok or Twitter or wherever you're at. When you come across Africans, you've got to start dialogue. Some of it, a lot of it, is ignorance. They don't understand what we are and have gone through. And because they're the majority in their nations, they don't have to deal with this white devil. One of the glorious things that happened to me for the duration of time that I was in Africa is I did not have to think about white people. I didn't have to see any report on TV of here's some other shit they've done to us today. I want to live in a world where they don't exist, because I know that humanity is different when they're not present. And so the closest I'm gonna come to that is being on the continent, where their white ass, I don't have to see them or deal with them at all. We shouldn't be mad at any of them who come here. I don't think they should be coming here for education, because like I say, remember, we established the first universities. We're the first people to do that. But there are many Africans who still have the white glow, because we need to change the narrative in their mind to let them know, no, these people are the devil, and then show them receipts on that, so they know it's not just hyperbolic, that they really are the devil. You understand? When you look at what's happening in Gaza and you see that they systematically destroyed every university, systematically destroying mosques, systematically destroying churches. This is not targeted anything. They're randomly and purposely destroying on purpose, that they see everybody in Gaza as a problem. And we got to see white people as that. They're all a fucking problem, because they have no problem putting that on us. They see us all the same. All the same. So we have to teach our African counterparts that. I met brothers. In fact, even when I was in Senegal, different times Papa would say, this guy wants to go to America. And then it happened, I think, a couple of times when I was in Gambia. And I'd move right and go, no, you don't. It's not the spot. It's not the spot. And I try and tell them why you don't want to come to America. You got to help them see the worth of where they at. Because sometimes you can have something of value, but it's so normal to you that you don't appreciate it. You can't even see it. You know, somebody who's born into a rich family has no idea what a food stamp looks like, has no concept of what it means to not know if my light bill is going to get paid or my rent. They can't even, that's like a foreign language to them. Like it's nowhere in their realm. So the same thing with Africans. They don't know the white man is the devil because they don't have to deal with their evil. The evil that they're under from them is societal. It's in their politic. It's in their foreign policy and in their business relationships as it relates to the resources and things like that. And that's handled at the government level. Things like that. You've got some conscious Africans on the ground, be sure, because I follow some of them who understand, who have a bigger worldview that's more informed. But the average African has no incentive to even know that the white man is the devil, and that they should be on guard for these people and do not let them become part of your society, for the love of God. I'm sure Africans in South Africa know it, because they went through exactly what we went through. If you put up apartheid South Africa and the civil rights movement of the 50s and 60s, and don't say who it is, you wouldn't know. It was whites only this, whites only that. They had the signs just like we had. It was everything, segregation, all the shit. Exactly. That's why I always say, that's why I also tell you, it doesn't matter what accent white people speak with or what country they want to tell you they're from. They're all the same devil. The African in America is the same as the motherfuckers that were doing the shit to our people in South Africa and still doing it to them. They even have a whites only community in South Africa. Did you know that? Is the same white devil that's killing Palestinians in Gaza. The same devil. So don't give me, I'm Jewish, I'm Israeli, I'm British, I'm Irish, you're white. That's it. And you are the devil. That's who you are. That's who you are, because your expression is the same no matter where we find you. No matter where we find you, it's the same. We see what happened. I did a beautiful documentary on Rwanda years ago. Or was it Zimbabwe? Yeah, it was Zimbabwe. And they were literally going and just setting up shop at these white people's house. Like, you don't live here, bitch. You don't live here. You don't. We just took your land, so we don't know where you're going to sleep tonight. We don't know. We wish we knew. And they were killing them and all of that. And then towards the end, there was this some white dude who's about, but I am Zimbabwean. I am Zimbabwean. You're not. And as long as you live, you will not be. Give a damn if you was born there. That's the only place you ever lived. You are not Zimbabwe. You are not a Zimbabwean. You are not. You are white, period. Same goes for Elon Musk. Same thing goes for Charlize Theron and anybody else that's not African claiming that they're African. You're not. Because they only pull this on black people. Just like here, if you say you're African, they go, but you're not African. Wait, white devil. First of all, you're not in my conversation, so you shouldn't be speaking. That's a death trap right there. Number two is, when did I stop being African? Because you say I'm not African. It's like your mother is no longer living, and somebody says, well, you don't have a mother. What, did I just appear? Did I just appear? Even if I never knew my parent and I was adopted or I was a foster kid or some shit, I still am the child of my mother and my father. You understand? This is the same thing. You bring a zebra or a giraffe or any animal that is indigenous to not here, that's indigenous to Africa, it is still that. We don't say, oh, that's an American giraffe. Well, it's an American giraffe. It's American. We never say that. You see? I can go right now to any nursery and say, I'd like to see your African violets. I'd love to buy a beautiful African violet. I'm in America. It's an African violet because the bitch don't grow here. It's not indigenous to here. That's why it's an African violet. You understand? So we have to understand who we are. But as long as we're disjointed, we are open for assault from everybody, including our own brothers and sisters from the continent. We should be encouraging them that if they're going to come here, don't come here to stay. Come here, get a coin, send everything back to Africa, and take your bitch ass back to Africa. Like, don't come here like this is the destination. You understand? Yes, come here and get whatever can enrich you. If there's something here that can enrich you, come get it and go back. No problem with that. Because we should be taking everything we can from this demon. Take it. Take it. But don't give it back to them. And don't enrich them with anything that we gain. Do you understand? So we have to teach them that. We also have to educate them about our predicament, because at the very least you will get sympathy. You'll get sympathy. They can understand, wow, that's something. Even if it's not their own experience, they're intelligent enough to go, that's not good. You see? And if they never come here, that might be as far as they can go, unless they do their own research and things like that. But if they do come here and they're here and you begin to tell them, then they begin to see. Amos is a perfect example, because Amos is Christian. Oh my God, I can't. And he's Nigerian. And I began to tell him, the white man is the devil, Amos. The white man's the devil. So you had this white bitch come up one day to get a phone. She heard his accent. This wasn't the first time he was treated like this, and some things happened and I shut it down on the spot. This is just one. But here comes this white bitch and her husband in a truck. And she heard his accent, so she's immediately in immigrant mode. And something she was saying to Amos, she was like, I don't remember all the things she said because I'm too far removed from it. But then at one point she said, and where are you from? How much are they paying you for this? How much do you make on this job? How much are they paying you? And y'all know it's a heresy to ask somebody how much they make while they even at their job. You wouldn't ask that no way, unless it's somebody you knew or something like that. But you wouldn't ask somebody that in a private setting, and you certainly wouldn't go into somebody's job and ask them that. This white bitch knows that, but because she heard him, she thought she could do that. So I immediately was able to educate Amos. Amos, this is why she's doing this. She's doing this because she heard your accent, and you see how, and I gave him step by step, and it was crystal clear to him. I painted just to paint the picture. he could see. Because they got to be aware. But how many of us are not aware that this is the devil? Do you understand? We got to paint the picture for our own. How many of our kids aren't learning this, as being taught this as when they're growing up in this damn country? I'm a man sitting before you whose parents let him know the white man is the devil. These people are not your friend. Do not take them as friends. They are not there for you. You understand? And they gave me tools to navigate through the society that includes them. You understand? But all this supporting and holding them up and respecting and any of that, nah. I know exactly who they are. That is their assignment till the end of time. The devil. That's what it is. Because everything that flows from them is evil. Everything. Including the strife that Africa puts up with. Why are we talking about genocide in Democratic Republic of Congo when this whole setup that we got going on right now for me to be up here live is not possible without the coltan that comes out of the Democratic Republic of Congo? Ain't nobody on no Apple device, no phone, no Bluetooth, no anything without that mineral. And the bitch is not here. It's in Africa. Huh? We won't even get to the lithium and which is also necessary for the batteries. They're getting smaller and smaller with things that the battery life is longer and longer and all of this. Even these smart batteries, you're not going to have this without lithium. Not happening. Not happening. The what's that they use for nuclear weapons? Uranium. Uranium, there's something else. Uranium. It's something else. I thought there's another mineral. Anyways, again, nobody is getting anything without Africa. Everybody eats off of Africa. Everybody. Years ago, I brought you, there was a big article. Dubai was touting its diamond industry. I immediately Googled where do they get their raw materials. It's Africa. But they're touting their diamond industry. And they don't mine diamonds in Dubai. They don't. They don't have it. Because Africans have got to begin to, we are the ones that must teach them. You're being used. But we don't have any leaders who can go and speak face to face to African leaders. All we need is one good person, me, but I'm not a leader. Need somebody that represents, that's elected or that's known and famous and shit. Go to all 54 countries, sit down with the leaders, let them know the white man's the devil. This is what your country can look like. This is what it can be. But you got to say no to this white devil. Don't give them a damn thing. Don't give it to them. Don't. Don't. Because they continue to do upside down deals. I felt bad when I went to Africa. In fact, I let all my brothers know. I'm not flossing in America. I'm not a dude that flosses. I know I become in a different bracket as soon as the wheels of that plane touch the runway when I land. I'm suddenly elevated financially, but I'm not that dude. So I don't even want to appear like I'm the, ooh, I have it. You understand? So even when I would go to tip or something, I go, what's too much to tip? What's too much? I don't want to look like I'm trying to be, you know. And one of the places that I looked at in Gambia, I loved it until the brother said, this is the Beverly Hills area of the Gambia. And you hear me say to Samba, I go, Samba, you know, that's one of the things that I didn't want. You know, like my intent is to go and live as a local. I don't want to be in the resort. I don't want to be in the trendy area and, you know, all of that. And alhamdulillah for Samba, because there was a couple places I looked at where he said to me, if you get this place, you know, these people don't know each other that live here. They go in their house, they don't see each other, they don't know each other. It's not, you will never know anybody, you know. So he was looking out for me in that way and remembering what I had expressed to him. That's important because I intend to be able to do my little part to change minds. You got to give them a real life, on the ground understanding of what it is that we deal with. They may see these big cases because there's even a mural of George Floyd in the Gambia. Excuse me. So they may see big cases and things like this where something really, you know, big happens or something like that. But they don't know the microaggressions that we go through every day, the systems that are set up, the little sneaky shit that white people do, how, you know, it's just, I mean, it's just a constant assault from these people, man. You got to let them know they are not it, dude. They are not it. We've got to encourage them to not be cozying up with them. Number one. Number two, we got to put a jaundice in their eye. So at least they begin to look at them like with distrust. Nah. I don't know. I remember my brother was telling me about such and such. Because they're having experiences when they come here, but they got nothing to, they don't have anything to define it. They don't even know what's happening. They're going through different microaggressions and things like that, have no idea. Because nobody's there to point it out. You see? And we don't know what their whole experience is here. We don't know. Because we're not seeking each other out and having those dialogues and understanding. When I first declared to you that I'm moving to Africa, there's a video here on the channel. It's the first video that I did. I was very, very emotional in that video. I couldn't get through it without crying. But I cited for you that that day, one of the things I watched was these brothers. They're here in America. They're all from Africa. They're all royalty. They're each one of them is like from a royal family. And, you know, one is nuclear medicine. Then the other one, they're all something, you know, like coin. And each one of them was saying, you know, I didn't know anything about the African-American experience until I came to America. And they were all like, yeah, so, me too, you know. These are professional men, educated, degrees, all that. They were all sitting up there in business suits even, you know. And this was their review. So there's an ignorance with us. I'm so fortunate that my parents raised me in an environment where I've never been set in my way. I'm very eclectic. Everything is not completely foreign to me. Uh-oh. Why is my screen faulting out? Okay, I'm still on. And so when I hear another dialect or another accent, I don't, you know, like ignorant as Black people do. But sadly, there's so many of us in this country haven't been nowhere, haven't learned anything, haven't seen anything. You ain't even ate nothing new. You just have the same tired ass diet your entire life. As soon as you say to Black people, you should try to say, I don't eat that. How do you know you don't eat that? If you never ate it, you don't eat that. I mean, there is a basic ignorance that we are suffering under, dude. And when I see shit like what wet ass pussy video and, you know, all just the nonsense, it rips my soul out, because I'm just like, will I ever see any movement, a step forward in my lifetime? It's one of the things that stresses me out about getting old. Like, I'm running out of time and I don't know if I'm gonna see anything happen in my lifetime. I don't know. That worries me. It worries me, and it affects so much of what I do and all of that, you know. Then you also have first, second, even third generation Africans that are here that act just like regular Black people in America. And then all of a sudden, when you hear something comes up and they're like, oh yeah, my father's such and such. My father is, you know, Senegalese or Nigerian or something. You're like, you couldn't have said that, bitch. You couldn't, you didn't want to, I mean, so there's a lot of undercover Africans that are here too, y'all. That's a whole nother conversation. I'm like, I'm running into that a lot. Like, you wouldn't even know because there's no appreciation for it. It's so many layers to this, man. But to make some headway, these are the foundational principles I would express. Number one, it's got to be education. Wherever you live or work or whatever you do, the moment you see an African name or you hear somebody speaking with an African accent, you need to take your black ass and befriend them immediately. Say, listen, we got to connect. We got to connect. We got to connect. Can we just connect? And let that be the start. But you got to be loaded with information and knowledge. You see? Too many of our people don't have the intellectual property to even dialogue with them and to give them the picture. You know? Damn. So you got to educate yourself. And so you got to be able to tell them. You got to be able to tell them. But you got to befriend them. We got to begin to become one. That's one. Excuse me. When you do, if they're here and they're, you know, there's a lot of visa issues and things like that. So if they're here, and by the way, there's a lot of African millionaires here in America. There's a video that I have somewhere in my favorites that I've saved a long time ago. It's a whole thing on just African millionaires in America. They're very successful, and they're in an industry that you wouldn't even know. Like they're just very behind the scenes. You don't even know. They're killing the game, dude. They're killing the game, man. They're killing the game. There was maybe she wasn't African. I feel like she was African. There was some African chick that's like the secondhand person at like Google or Facebook or something. I mean, they're in areas that you're like, oh, you know, I mean, so we have to educate them, help them to understand the worth of where they come from. Let them know the value of what they come from. So they're here from Nigeria. Tell them what Nigeria's oil industry is worth. Tell them what, you know, their gold and their other shit. Tell them. Let them know you got to go back. You got to get what you need here and go back because Nigeria needs you. You got to go back. You have to. Help them to understand you're never going to run this country. You will never be number one here. You got to go back. There's a lot of Africans that understand that. You have a lot of Africans who have been here and they've gone back. You have some that will come here and go back. There's some that are seduced by the globe, but I've also seen those stories where they come here and they realize this is not the spot and they go back. I brought you, there was an African sister, I forget her name. Her channel name is something, I don't know, but there was a brother that had come here and he was going home on his lunch because he said in the video, he was like, you know, African men, we like to prepare our own meal. And so instead of him going to McDonald's or Burger King or something on his lunch, he was going home to prepare, like, you know, something to eat. And he got pulled over by the police. And, you know, it was just like a ugly experience. But not only that, he realized that here, as many other stories I've seen from Africans, they see what we have here, but they don't realize you'll never have any family time that you're used to. You'll never have any time to really sit and enjoy a meal like you're used to. Enjoying the sunset like you're used to, that's over. And many of the things that they're used to of just, because remember, in Africa, life comes first and then what you do and all that. Humanity and life is first. That's first. Then everything else. Here, it's this first and fuck you getting a life. You see? So they come here and they realize, wait, I'm working all the time and I got to work 2 and 3 jobs. Amos and I didn't see each other for many months because we're working too many damn jobs. I'm like, Amos, we're never going to see each other. I want to spend time with you. We never get a chance to spend time because you're always working. I was over it. Finally, he's got a job now. He's got 2 jobs, but at least he's off on Sundays. So there is that, you know. But in fact, the Sunday before last, I went over and spent with him. But they realize this is not it. Nah, they don't have time to talk to family back in Africa. They're working, and when they're not working, they're tired in a way that they wouldn't be in Africa. Nah, this ain't the spot. So with that understanding, we realize that the population of those who would be coming here and be trapped and all that stuff is going to be a different number. And I theorize and suggest to you that that number is going to be smaller than what is being sold or perceived by us, that all these Africans are coming here and they're all, you know, want to be American and they're all, so, you know, it's not that. It's going to be a certain number. You know, I don't know what that number is, but I theorize it's a smaller number. You know, I really think so. Because they're always going back. Listen, when I left here going, when I left LAX and flew to New York, there was only one other African person, black person on the damn plane. When I got to New York and got down there to the gate to get on the flight to Senegal, wasn't nobody white on that bitch. Nobody. And just what it felt to my soul, my humanity, my spirit, to just even, I'm coming on the plane, I walk past the first class, everybody is black. Everybody. Just walking down the aisle, everybody, it's me. It's us. In fact, when I got to my seat, because my seat was actually on the actual window. It was a brother sitting in my seat. I was like, I go, that's my seat, brother. But if you want the window, I'm okay with that. Alhamdulillah. I think his name was Ibrahim or something like that. We had a great dialogue, and it was wonderful. And it was wonderful, you know. And yeah, but there they all were going home, you know. There they were, you know. So, but let's not insult them, everybody. That's what I also want to say. Let's not insult them or give them, like she was saying, because this doesn't just go for Africans, this goes for any immigrants coming here. You know, it kills me when especially Latinos and they the main ones. It's some other ones that be like, you know, and my parents came here. There's a bastard on the Shark Tank, Robert Kirchovich or some whatever last name he is. He always loved to, you know, my dad came here with nothing. He mopped floors. Okay, when we came here, bitch, there was nothing. So your folks came here with nothing. When we came here, there was nothing. Let's be very clear. We win. You understand? So, you know, don't insult them with and if they act, because that number of people who act like they're better than you or something like that, that's going to be a small number, and it's going to be a certain age group, I suggest. But whatever it is, you can shut that down very quickly. If you sense that from them, then confront that, but you don't have to even get ugly with it. There's a way to confront that. Like, don't let them just, you know, snipe at you and then move past, like a drive by. Get in there, be like, yeah, so, you know, where are you from? What country are you from? You know, and begin the dialogue. Because, again, this doesn't have to be anywhere on their radar. Not to mention, you add to that, any images that they see of us there, it's the bullshit. If I see one more African rapper with their pants sagging and holding their crotch, I will throw myself off of speeding something. And there was a rapper I just seen the other day, and he going around stage like this. You African. That's directly from some nigga that you saw rapping who's a black dude from America. 100%. The whole way you dressed, everything. You got that from us. You feel me? So they're saying the wrong things, dude. Like, I mean, we have to change it. We have to, because this white devil is definitely not trying to change it. They don't care, because it's to their benefit when we don't know each other. And I really feel like when we're in the sky going there, there's planes passing us with them coming here. That's really a real thing. That's real. You understand? Like, I can't. Let me see who's here, y'all, because I just see my time now. But we have to understand, we're not going to be, and it's not just them. It's the Haitians. It's our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean. We all have to be of one mindset when it comes to our common enemy, because ultimately, whatever our relationship is with each other, this is the main thing that's holding us back from all of us rising, is this white devil. So that's the main thing we got to communicate and understand amongst all of us, is who our common enemy is. You understand? But we haven't perfected that here even. You know? We still got black people selling us out every damn day. It's just, I mean, it's so maddening. You don't understand. You don't understand. And especially for those of us who are not living this life in a distracted way, that are not pursuing things outside of ourselves, or things that just pacify or keep us distracted from shit that no, I'm not. This tortures people like us, man. Tortures, because you know what it can be. And it's not, but I digress. Something I was going to say a little while ago, but we don't have a leader that can go to all 54 countries, because with that, letting them know the white man is the devil and the enemy of all of us, we could also have African countries begin to claim us officially, like in big ceremonies, just for the gratuitous, do a big ceremony just so that it's all known. We don't need a ceremony, but do it anyway. You understand? So that when we are fucked with here, then there can be international courts that say, nah, you understand? And you won't prosecute these devils. We will prosecute them, whatever it is. Or we'll give our people amnesty in our country and things like that. You know, whatever. There needs to be a relationship, because we are people without a country. We don't have any protection. We don't have it. Chinese and Asians come here and treat us like shit. The bitch that shot Natasha Harlan, the bitch got probation, bitch. Probation. The Korean bitch. But then that's also our fault, because her house should have been fucking brought to ashes, and we didn't do that. So we have a lot of issues that we're dealing with, you see. We're waiting on them to disrespect us and then give us justice, and to make that right. Instead of us saying disrespect us and we'll handle the justice. We'll handle that. So we're not even doing that. You see, but she was a Korean bitch. So that's why she got probation, you see, because she has a country, you see, and they have a chamber of commerce and all these sorts of things. We just don't understand how to become connected. We just won't do it. We won't do it. We won't do it. How many people watching me right now have not subscribed to my channels? Haven't even pushed the like button? The simple shit we could do. And now we're supposed to somehow solve our international connection to our brothers and sisters in Africa, when we won't do the shit that doesn't cost us anything. You don't have to go nowhere. You don't have to spend no money. You don't have to use any energy, nothing from you. And we won't do it. Won't do it. Won't. And I need you to use that language in your own lives. I don't ever want you using black people just can't do something. Don't ever use can't. Don't. You use won't. Because that means you can, but you just not doing it. That is an actual choice to not do some shit. That's what we need. That's what we need. Let me see what your reaction is to all of this, everybody. Uh-oh, what did I do? What did I just do? What did I do? Where'd the chat go? Not understanding. Okay. By the way, I remind anybody who doesn't know, I'm in the chat. I put the link in the chat. If you want to come on camera and have your say, you could do that. When you click on it, it'll tell you how to do it, and you'll be on, and it's nothing. I'll see you backstage, and you can tell me when you're ready to go on. Cheryl Bryant, a big shout out to you, Queen. I'm gonna shout everybody out first, and I'll come back. CJ Stevenson, a big shout out to you, Queen. Good to see you. Melanin 100, a big shout out to you. Hush Harbor, shout out to you. Black Beauty Always, a big shout out to you. Ruckus, I feel like, big shout out to you. Shaka, a big shout out to you. Shar, shout out to you. Chanel Henry or Harry, a big shout out to you. William Bell, a big shout out to you. Good to see your name. Karma, Queen of Flames, a big shout out to you. Lucy Renee, a big shout out to you. Ray Supreme, a big shout out to you, brother. Let's see, Cheryl, you say, Jedi, I missed the hell out of you. Where have you been? Well, you better follow me here y'all better be checking for me here on Jedi Africa, y'all, because the video that I put out earlier was to let everybody know that just looking for me over on the Jedi, this is where I need to be. You understand? So you should be over here. Otherwise, people will think I'm missing, and I'm not. We're just doing it over here for a while. Thank you. You say you love the live. CJ, another shout out to you. You say, Cheryl, Jedi, you have a beautiful smile, big brother. Well, thank you. Melanin, you say blessings, and then blessings to the family, I'll just say. Hush Harbor, you say, wow, Jedi, been so long since I've caught a live. Good to see you. I hope all is well with you. Thank you, Hush Harbor. I'm doing well, alhamdulillah. Black Beauty is shouting out me and the global family. Thank you, Black Beauty. Yeah, Cheryl, my nephew, we're back on track, alhamdulillah. And Cheryl, you say some of those damn Arabs are racist. Yes, they are. Ruckus, you say, King, good to see you. Thank you. Miss Kiara, I'm glad I went back because I didn't see you the first time through, Kiara. Big shout out to you, beautiful queen. Black Beauty, you say, just Jedi Christianity has black people forgiving white people no matter what they do, and that's a problem. You see, the Muslim understands an eye for an eye, period, because that's what the divine, that is what Allah Azza wa Jal has said. An eye for a damn eye. Don't start none, won't be none, because Allah also says to mankind, don't you start nothing. So if everybody just was on that principle, none of humanity would start anything with each other. That's it. Don't start nothing. Allah says to us, don't be the aggressor. But the moment you pounce upon me, I pounce back on your ass. Shaka, you say, watched it. She's not a poison. She's taking family members to task. Brother, I don't know where you come from, but you would be more productive educating your country folks or explaining where she's coming from. Well, I'm trying. You know, she's you heard her say she's Ghanaian and Nigerian, which is the same thing. And she's on that resentment piece. Like, I don't know if something personally happened to her or she read something. It felt like she saw a video or saw somebody say something in a video and that triggered her, you know. But it's an old tale. We've heard this. She's not alone. We've seen this. We've heard it, you know. And she wants her credit, as we hear from a lot of Black people with that rant, you know, like, but it's not just the African. Everybody come here and steps up over us. Everybody. This is why you should not buy into this business of people of color. Fuck people of color. They need to die off and go fight their own battles. So do these gay ass people and these transgenders and these people who don't know who the hell they are. Only thing that should be coming out of your mouth is Black people. Black people. Don't give me black and brown ever. Don't. Because nobody else is mentioning you. You see? So it's targeting Africans like they're coming here and they stepping over us. Well, everybody's stepping over us. You see? But we have the best chance with the African because they are us. That's why the education is so important. But also the joining of us. So you gotta reach out to them. You gotta befriend them. You understand? And you have to you know, like, don't make them mad. Don't scare them off, you know. Shar, you say, but she is not Black American. She is Jamaican. She said she was Ghanaian and Nigerian. Chanel, you say Tanya TKO is a Jamaican from the Bronx. Shar, she is a whole Indian. Are y'all talking about somebody else? Shaka, you say 1965 Civil Rights Act. Before that, only Caribbean Blacks. What? Shar. Clarify that, Shaka. Shar. It's the same thing that goes on here in America. Hush Harbor, she is not Black American. Why does she keep saying we? She's American. She's in New York. You hear her accent. So she said she's genetically Ghanaian and Nigerian. So she's been there to visit. But you heard the sister, that's a New York accident, you know. So it's we, you know. Shar says she sounds foolish. Well, she doesn't, Shar, and that's why I'm doing this. That's why I'm here sitting here in front of you doing this live. Because she doesn't sound foolish. You got to hear what she's saying. Forget her presentation. You see, it's like I've always said to my audience, especially Black folks, because nobody likes the truth except for me. But most of our people have been conditioned not to be in love with the truth. So they will use how you said something as a reason to reject the message. I just didn't like how they came at me. But if I say your mother's a whore, here's $1 million, they're not gonna care. You see? So let's just be very clear. I feel like something came up. Oh, this thing is bent up. I knew this felt different somehow. Chanel says she's also a divestor. Shar, the same thing she's talking about happening in Nigeria, while Nigerians cannot move forward. It's the same thing that go on here in America. She sounds a mess. Well, you guys are not listening, I feel like. You're not listening down. You're not listening closely. You say all that huffing and puffing with a Caribbean accent. That was a New York accent. William Bell, that's to Chanel. Okay, Shaka. As a Pan-Africanist, I watched as these last African waves, 1980s and 1990s, and the 2000s, brought tribalism and condescension over here and created this widespread anger in African ADOS and FBA. That's the other thing that makes me furious. Shaka. Again, goes back to the white devil. Because but for the crime, we'd all be clear about who the fuck we are. No question. We good. We know who we are. You see, but now it wasn't until there began to be some what looked like some serious, potentially serious movement on reparations that you had your Tariq Nasheeds and some of these other fake ass people coming with this ADOS and FBA bullshit. Now we want to argue about who's who. So you want to deny so-and-so from getting a check. So I don't give a damn who gets a check. I need to get a check. You understand what I'm telling you? That's it. I understand the backstory. But again, we got to know when to hold them and when to fold them, everybody. Damn. We just have to. That just creates more division because somebody with a Caribbean accent can't get no reparations check, and they came here and this and the third. We gotta listen. We gotta find out. We gotta go for the main battle. We're not gonna win all the little scrimmages. We just not. We not. So we have to understand what is important. Shar, make it make sense. She led into the fact that she's not Black American, yet she's shouting from the rooftop she's Black American. You didn't listen yet again, Shar. She said, I'm biologically, or I'm genetically was her language, Nigerian and Ghanaian. If you look at my father, he's clearly an Igbo man, but she is clearly not from there. She never represented that. Again, you were so swept in her delivery that we got to be more sophisticated than that, Black people. We got to be more sophisticated than that. Damn it. Chanel, you say, meanwhile, Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, and Guinea is doing just that. I'm loving what they're doing. They're telling this white devil to kick rocks. Shar, is that why her father came to America? Because something was going on his land? Shaka, do with my comment what you like. I have a meeting to prepare for. Shar. Hi, Jamaican Daddy. Hi, Jamaican. Daddy should have done more. She wouldn't be on YouTube talking nonsense and living off the grid. I can't with y'all. Shaka, she's brilliant. Out. She's taking a whole bag of she's talking a whole bag of nonsense. Again, do I need to play it again? I thought it was just self-explanatory and we would just discuss, but apparently people are having difficulty listening. Karma, Queen of Flames. Tanya's mother from the Carolinas, and her father is from the island of Nevis. She is FBA/ADOS on her mother's side. Let's not spread lies. Shar, yet the minimum wage in Georgia is $7 and some change. I'm not understanding. Lucy, Renee, that's not for me. That's not. Karma, Lucy, Chanel. Well, she said it out of her own mouth that she was Jamaican. Well, what does that mean, though? Remember, the African in Haiti is us. The African in the Caribbean is us. In fact, a lot of Jamaicans. There's a huge Jamaican population in Gambia because they have traced their shit and they understand this is where we from. There's a very active and Jamaican population in the Gambia. Do you understand? So let's not be tricked or set off by where other Africans are. Just because your black ass is in this asshole, the devil, you don't act like you're privileged or you're better. You're still a slave. You understand what I'm telling you? So it doesn't matter if they're from Jamaica or wherever. They still black people. Damn it. We have to get to that. Chanel, according to Tariq and Yvette, who started the whole FBA ADOS diatribe, she wouldn't be considered of their lineage. Exactly. I love that. Thank you, Chanel. And listen, watch out for this Tariq Nasheed person, everybody, because when I had my 22,000 subscriber channel, I didn't know who he was. And somebody brought him to my attention, something about him, and I went to go to him, and I was already blocked. Never knew him, never met him, never talked to him. He already blocked me. You understand? Because my rise was meteoric, and I was putting everybody on fire. Like, how come y'all out here with all these big-ass channels, and there's no organization? What the fuck? You see? Fuck Tariq Nasheed. Tell him I said it. Tell him I said it. His whole demeanor, know how to read what's in front of you, everybody. His whole demeanor should tell you something about him. And then that little fake FBI raid on his house, not so much. Don't give me. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't. He's not someone who is, what's his educational background even? You see, his only claim to fame is the hidden colors, really. He's not an orator. He's not someone you go, oh, I have to go hear him speak. He's such an amazing speaker. No one would describe him as that. Tell me if you think I'm wrong. I can take it. But we have to be very careful of individuals like that. Because he is a business. Cheryl, here you go. A foundational Black American. We do have African DNA or African ancestry. However, we are indigenous to this land right here. Cheryl, tell me just send me your address now. Do it. I'll wait. Send me your address now so I can just, I'm not saying anybody will visit you. I just was wondering what your address was. Listen, quit with this. You've been with me long enough, Cheryl, that you should have, or at least be on your way to, if you haven't arrived there, be able to hold more than one thing in your brain at the same time that may conflict for you. And that shouldn't fuck you up. So if you understand, if you just want to start there, then you need to be able to answer for me, give me the whole origin story of us here. I'll just wait, because you won't. You see, we know that Africans were on this earth, at least conservative number, some 75,000 years before anybody else showed up. So you think we just sat in Africa? Think we just sat there? Nope, nothing to do here. We'll just have to wait here because we don't know what to do. Go and read before Columbus came. The people with the gold, with the gold tip spears. I've brought you stories over the years showing you that we are the ones who had already made the water waves and understood the universe and how things worked and all this. We had 75,000 years to figure this shit out. So yes, we could have been the first ones to come here. But so this is now the origin place of all humanity, not Africa. So whenever I hear people with this FBA bullshit, we just appeared out of the dirt here. That's what we're saying. I'm sick and tired of it. Damn. Indigenous to here. What, you know. You go on. You say, that is why I do not worship or practice Christianity. I feel as if it is the religion of the devil. It is, but it's the religion. It's definitely the religion of this devil. But then too many of our people go too far, and they want to lump all religion in with that. Well, the Arabs came and gave them Islam. Islam has been the only way of life since Adam. But you don't know that. You see? Oh my God, there's so much work to be done and not enough life to live. Chanel says, exactly, Jedi. Chanel, you go on, you say, I'm indigenous to Africa alone. Everything is Africa. Thank you. Cheryl, isn't it lithium? Is it lithium? Uranium. Uranium. If I didn't say that, because they enrich it to make it nuclear. Uranium. You say isn't it lithium, right, Jedi? Which is the next mineral they are after? Yes, but it's also the cobalt. There's minerals I can't even remember the name of them. Like, this is the other thing that makes this so sickening, everybody, is that Allah has given Black people everything. He's given us the best continent. It's the biggest thing on the planet is Africa. Give a fuck what the white devil wants to tell you. The African continent is the biggest thing on this bitch. Period. That's one. Number two, the most arable land with all the minerals and resources and all that is Africa, homie. No one else can make the claim. Then nobody looks better than us. Nobody. Don't nobody look better than us. And nobody else comes in as many flavors and colors as we do. You understand? SubhanAllah. We've been given everything. And I proclaim to you that our maker is waiting on us, everybody. Because Allah never helps a people unless they get off their ass to help themselves. But again, we're outnumbered by these weak ass, scared to death ass Negroes known as Christians who are never going to mount a fight. You see? And the only thing this white devil understands is if you cutting off his ability to make another dollar or you cutting off his ability to take his next fucking breath. Anything else will never be successful. Hasn't been, won't ever be. That's all they understand. Ray Supreme, you say, I love African Americans. My people are my people, no matter what. That's how I feel. And I have so much. This is one of the things that pissed me off about being attacked at the airport in Senegal. Because when I first got up to the counter, it was also a moment for me because now I've arrived in Africa. I can't wait to get outside and see my brother, Papa, and meet him for the first time. So they fucked up my whole moment with my brother, you know, what that could have been. And my whole first moments, you know, in the continent. But when I was first at the little window where they're going to stamp your passport, just that everybody was Black, and I just came off a plane where nothing but us is on the plane. I'm in a moment. And then when I walked in, when they go, you have to go around here to go. And so when I went into this office, this guy, he probably was Maasai. He was tall. And Africans, I don't give a damn what they wear. They just look bomb in it. Everything looks like haute couture. Everything. So he was in this, it wasn't navy blue, it was lighter than that. This military uniform with the beret. He looked amazing. Just when he stood up, I was ready to just give him all my respect. This brother was just everything. And this is how the fuck you treated me. Fuck you and your mother, bitch. Because I don't believe you are over an international airport and you don't speak no English. I'm never buying that. I don't need to. I'm very bitter about that. Very. That's a trigger point for me, though. Chanel, I love befriending people from the continent. And keep on doing that, Chanel. you go on and say, hey, Jedi, when me and Shar was going back and forth about Tanya, we were talking about how disingenuous she is when she is talking and being divisive towards Africans when she is from the Caribbean. Again, I don't care that she's from the Caribbean. It doesn't matter. I just don't even care. That doesn't take away her right to speak on this. You understand? Because they have gone through what we've gone through too. So it doesn't matter the location. It's we all under this white devil and his religion and everything else. You feel what I'm telling you? So you know, she's got a right to speak on it. She just does, man. But that's another one of our other problems though, Chanel. As a people, we don't automatically see another African person and that's us. If you see me somewhere, you don't have to know me, you never saw me, you should go, that's my brother, period, the end. I know that's my brother. That's my brother over there. That's my brother. It is. You see, if something happens to me, you should feel like it happened to you. And vice versa. We have to get to that. We got to get there. We got to get there. You go on, Chanel, you say her newest videos are divisive today. And she was very harsh. But again, she needs to be educated because we've heard that diatribe from other people, like it's them and they don't like us and they come in here and they're and all the whole rundown. So a lot of her anger is justified. Some of it is just we could understand. And then then portions of it just she don't know. You know. But you go into her news video was divisive today. Shar is my mom, LOL, and Shar and Trini, and we used to watch her. We're from the Bronx, and Tanya used to present herself as Jamaican from the Bronx. Well, the Bronx is some of everything. Y'all, it's one of the beautiful things about New York and the Bronx. It's like, it's some of everybody there. Y'all are very international. You say, me and Shar have been watching you for 5 years now. Wow. I don't never see y'all name. Ray Supreme, you say, if they have a lot of followers, they are agents. Yeah, you know, I mean, well, let's qualify that, because remember, my rise, I didn't know it at the time, but my rise was meteoric. You don't go from 0 to 23,000 subscribers and nearly 5 million views on your channel in 2.5 years. That does not happen. That does not happen, apparently, but it happened for me. I caught fire and, but for most of that time, I was not monetized. I didn't have no campaigns. I didn't have no Cash App. I didn't have nothing. And I took great pride in telling my people my channel is not monetized. I'm not here for money. I'm not here for bragging rights. I'm not here for popularity. I'm here because I mean the shit I'm talking about. And I was trying to get an organization started. It wasn't until I knew that I needed to move to Africa that because I didn't know there was even such thing as crowdfunding and any of that stuff. I didn't know any of that. And that's the first time I even had any type of campaign or anything like that. You know what I mean? So you have to listen to them, and not just them, but any Black people putting themselves before us. You know, any of these leaders, so-called leaders, politicians and celebrities and entertainers and things like that. Listen to what they're not saying, you see, because that can be very telling, you know. For me, any Black person that's not willing to say out loud without apology, the white man is the devil, you need to watch their ass very closely. And calling them these little side names like Fat Ass Phil on the Advice Show, which they do some very good work over there. You know, he calls them the folks or something like that. That's not good enough. It's not. It's not. Say what you mean and mean what you say, period. Or don't say the shit. You know, and all this loop talking doesn't inform our younger generation. You know, I hate when people say, you know, and there's other people. What other people? Like I'm 3. What other people are we talking about? You feel me? What, just these little code words and shit. Like I can't do it. I say exactly what the fuck I mean, and I mean what I say, period. I will not be harnessed. I always tell you, wild horses run unbridled or their spirit dies. I will not be bridled. I will not be saddled. Know this. Chanel, you say we were just confused at her video when she is Caribbean, and Caribbean Africans identify more with Africans than anything. Yeah, they do. And it's interesting you say that, because I've always, just from my own, I've always felt like they were more African than us, the Caribbean. They just seem more African to me. I love that you said that. Baba Jedi, what do you think about our African-American people now saying they're Native Indians? We are. When do they become beige? I couldn't tell you. And then at some point, then of course, the white devil suddenly jumped on ship. I'm Native American. I had a bitch tell me this one time at the pharmacy, because I was in there talking very loud about race and white people and the scourge that they are. And as with any white people, when the truth begins to come upon them, they cannot stand it. It's like throwing holy water on a vampire or showing them a cross. And so, trying to be as diplomatic as she could, she goes, I'm actually Native American. I go, and when's the last time someone mistook you as Native American? My question was rhetorical, and it shut her down. And then I added to that bomb. I said, well, then you're a product of a rape. Then, I mean, that's the only thing that would. I mean, that's the only thing. Don't get me. I'm white as fucking, like, nobody's ever mistaken you as being Native. Oh my God, I thought you were Native American. Oh my God, it never happened. I'm over it. Yeah. So we are the natives, just like we're the Japanese and we're the Chinese. Do you know who was that? Chanel? Was that Chanel? Yeah. Like, if you come to my house, my whole house is Asian. I've always loved Asian decor, Asian anything. Like, give it to me. And I'm really grateful that this is why when you live from an authentic place, it's just so much better, man, because I just liked it, but really liked it. And it felt like me. So fast forward, because I brought my first Asian piece. There's some fans that are on my wall. I don't know if you can see them on camera. Well, you can't see them that well. There's 2 of them. There's that one, and there's another one on the other side. But anyways, those and this lamp I bought when I was in college. Tell you how far back that was. And over the years, I just collected pieces and things like that. And now, like, everything in my house is Asian. Then I saw a documentary I have here on DVD about the samurai. You cannot be considered an authentic samurai unless you have African blood. That is the law of the samurai. Chew on that. Why do you think Japanese names and Chinese names sound so much like African names? Kazimoto, Kawasaki, Toyota, goddamn it, I don't know. But you can listen to African names and be like, wait, is that Asian or is that African? I'd like to buy a vowel, please, for 800. I mean, so yeah, the natives are us because we're the first fucking people to be here, period. Remember, 75,000 years, we was on this bitch before anybody else. And that's why when the Moors showed Columbus's bitch ass how to get here and anybody else that came here, we already knew the waterways. We knew how the currents flew, the currents went and all that stuff. We already mastered sailing and all of that. You feel me? You look at the oldest picture of so-called Native Americans, it's us. The further you go back with anything on any continent, anywhere, it just gets blacker and blacker. The Aborigines in Australia, that's us. Black Beauty, Jedi, I stopped listening to Tariq Nasheed. FBA and non-FBA will destroy us. Yes, that it will divide us, man, because that's like we're gonna say, well, if you light skinned, you can't, or if you dark skinned, you can't. We're back there again. Don't hand anything to this fucking devil, this enemy of ours, everybody. We're all one as far as we're concerned. You feel me? Because they owe all of us. Here and everywhere else. They got them at old Haiti because every time Haiti's about to rise, they cause an earthquake to happen there because we know the white devil has that technology, has had that for many decades now. You understand? So just like they burned up Hawaii with their death ray and the bullshit, I mean, the white man is the devil, everybody. So we have to remember that first. You have to remember that first. Then you got to know about the so-called transatlantic slave trade. And you understand how some of us speak Spanish and how some of us are Jamaican and Caribbean. You feel me? We're all one. That's how we should represent ourselves. That's how we should represent ourselves. Chanel, you say we used to comment on your last channel, I think. Okay. My mom, Shar, is from Trinidad. I love that. There's my buddy, one of my very good friends, James, who lives in DC. Before I started getting my hair braided, James used to get these twists. They're flat twists, but they look just like cornrows. Like they do it with the gel. And this Trinidadian dude could do it. And that's how I knew how my hair would look in braids. And that's when I started getting my hair braided. The whole thing. Anyways, I love Trinidadians. And there's somebody else that follows me that goes back for festival or carnival. Is it you, Black Beauty? I can't remember. Chanel, FBA, ADOS, WABO movement is a divisive movement. What is the WABO now? Phil is very divisive. He's afraid. I think we have shamed him into where he's at now. You know, and he's definitely watched me because I caught him quoting me. Where did this statement come from? If they're breathing, they're lying. If they have a pulse, they are lying. That's from the Jedi. His fat ass said it. He watches me. And certainly that's why Tariq Nasheed had me blocked before I knew who he was. Because my rise was meteoric. Why I even started doing YouTube is because there's nobody that speaks like me. Nobody. I'm always alone on earth. I need to meet me. Damn. So I represented the truth and responsibility to their black ass. You see what I'm saying? So I like what he's doing, but we can snipe at him and we can throw a compliment. He's building some sort of a network, like a media network, this Phil person. And he still talks out of the side of his mouth, literally one side of his mouth. That's it. I don't know what's happening over here. We're just not understanding. But and he hasn't mastered lighting. Like, he's always in the shadow. Dude, turn on a light bulb. That's something else. But and he has a wonderful piece that he did when he went to Ethiopia. Bar none. It is excellent. Go find it on his channel and watch it. I couldn't tell you the name of it, but he went to Ethiopia and he did a fantastic job. I give it over. I give it over. The LV Glam, a big shout out to you. You say Tanya has an ADOS FBA mother. Her father is from, it skipped. Her father is from Nevis. Ray Supreme, how do you feel about these tornadoes ripping up the US? They are I'd have a video, Ray. We learned in the last year or two that all the tropical storms that affect this asshole, the devil, begin in West Africa and literally take the path of the Middle Passage. It's our ancestors punishing this white devil. That's one. The other thing is, with that is also this white devil, because they found ways to affect the weather. But you have to begin to understand that what the Quran and the scripture and the Torah say, we're not on a fucking spinning ball. We're on a stationary plane under a firmament. When you understand that you're in a controlled environment, then it's not so ridiculous for you to understand how they can direct radio waves and things. They can do things, you see? So yes, they kept it. Like Katrina. Katrina was also a manufacturing of this white devil. Katrina missed. She turned at the last minute. She didn't hit New Orleans. Remember, they were like, they dodged a bullet. And then they blew up the levees. They blew up the levees to flood our people out. And testament further of the crime was, you can't come back. Even if your shit wasn't ruined, you're not allowed back. Huh? The white man is the devil. That's going to be true till I die. And then into infinity. Forever. Till the end of existence. That's the truth. Do you understand? So, I'd like to say some of it is the wrath of God. I wish I could say that. But I don't think so, because I believe that our Maker is waiting on us, everybody, to strike. You know, our Maker wants us to trust in him and be faithful, but he wants you to show and prove your faith, like you see the Palestinians doing in Gaza. They don't got shit, but they'll get out there and throw a rock, knowing they could be shot, arrested, whatever. But damn it, if all I got is a rock, I'm throwing that bitch. And we have access to so much more. And we ain't fired a shot. Last thing I'll say about that, Ray, is that I hope that there's a lot of us that are not being killed and a lot of them that are. You understand? Because they lose too much material stuff, the government just replace it for them, and you know. So they got money that we don't even know about. Black Beauty. Jedi, I am from Trinidad. I knew it was you, Black Beauty. Alhamdulillah. Because I'm always teasing you, like, let me find out you're going to, and you didn't take me. And, you know, I've messed with you over the years. Chanel, you did say that. Ray Supreme, I'm seeing white tornado survivors with bruises on their body that looks just like slave whip marks. I love it. I love it. Something's got to destroy these people, man. Or stunt their growth, or halt their tracks, or pull them down, or destroy them, whatever it is. Because I'm very clear about this for most of my life. This is not a fantasy for me. This is not a theory. It's not hyperbole. You know, it's not a dramatic statement. I know that, and I've done many pieces showing you, breaking down. You show me anything that's happening on earth, I'll show you a white hand. How many times have I said that to you? I'll show you a white hand. I'll show you. I'll show you. Hush Harbor, just different stops on the slave ship. Thank you, Hush Harbor. That's why she kept saying we. Exactly. And Black Beauty, you say, I recently was in Trinidad. The weather was over 100 degrees. I think we may have hit that today. Well, I don't know what our high was today. It's 87 right now. So, I saw Muslim women and school dress in their garment. I even spoke with one, very friendly. Alhamdulillah. Yeah, Muslim sisters, real Muslim sisters, it doesn't matter what the weather is, you're going to see them dress how they're supposed to be dressed. But what I know, even as a man, because a lot of the garments that I wear, listen, the fabrics we wear are some of the best, you guys. Like, you could see me in the middle of the summer and I've got on my long galavia that goes all the way to the ground, and a scarf and a kufi and all that, and I'm cool. I'm fine. But remember, you look back at the Bedouins of the Sahara, they're still out there, many of them, and you see how they dress. You think they'd be hot on the desert and all that. They're not. That keeps them cool. It always kills me, like, when these Nation of Islam people be saying, like, I don't know why y'all dressing like Arabs. No, bitch, we're dressing like Africans. That's what we're doing. So we are the first people to do anything fashion and everything else, quite frankly. So the Arabs are copying us. Let's just understand. Chanel, what part of Trinidad are you from, Black Beauty? My mom is from Levantile. Where am I at? What am I doing? Wait, no. Listen, you guys, let's not alienate our brothers and sisters, you know, because do we really know? Have we really educated ourselves about the slave experience of those who were taken to the Caribbean? Could we articulate their story to them? I doubt it. Could we articulate to any of the South Americans, you know, some of the what is it, Brazil, my point is, they were suffering with this white devil too. You know, I did a whole thing even on my old channel where I brought you the president of Jamaica, And because they were pushing for reparations, and I explained to you that they were trying to lob the debt upon them from slavery. You know, I mean, twisted ass white people, dude. The only evil on earth, is these people. And you know, when the prince, he was the prince, then now he's the king. When Prince, the fucker with the fucked up grill and looks like a monkey, when he went there and he either wouldn't apologize or he did something happen, or he apologized, but something, I can't remember what it was, but it was bullshit. That's what it was, you know. And yeah, we're just not making a demand, you know. We're making it so even in a situation like that, he should never have been allowed to land, and if he did, he should have never made it out of the fucking island. You know, if we want something to never have, we got to do shit we never did, and we got to meet this fucking white devil's violence where they have it. That's the key, everybody. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. Instead, they tell you violence is not the answer, when that's exactly the answer. Exactly the answer. No, let's not divide ourselves with all these arbitrary titles and shit. Like basically who was under which white massa. That's essentially what you're saying. I'm ADOS, I'm FBA, or whatever this bullshit is. I don't give a fuck. These are all African people. They're not white. You understand? They're not Latino. They're not Indian. We know who the fuck they are. We know they're Africans. We know it. Wait, this is her whole video with just her. Now I found it. Tanya Tico. Okay. Oh my God. I guess I'll save it. I'll pull it out and save it in case I need it again. I thought I was going to run into this one of this dude that I told you who had done a reaction to her, and he was very condescending and dismissive and just tried to dismiss her completely, but he mostly focused, like many of you were at the beginning, or some of you I should say, on her delivery. You see, it never, listen, it's a mark of intellectual maturity, everybody. Just learn this just for your own education in life, what I'm about to say now. Don't be so concerned ever in life. It'll put you a step above when you don't give a fuck how somebody said something. What did they say? That will take you a long way. Know that. Know that. Because if you get stuck at how they said it, first of all, it's elementary, it's immature, it's lack of intellectual growth, and it's a few things, man. Like, don't get caught up there. Give a fuck how they said it. What was said. Hear how they said it, but don't be hung up on that. And like I say, he just was focused on, I guess I can't find him, but he was just hung up on what her demeanor was. And so that was enough for him to totally dismiss her. He didn't understand what she said at all. She's not the only person that said this. That's why I told you at the beginning, we've heard this. We've all heard this in different ways from different other people. We know this already. You know, this divide between Africans and African Americans, this idea that they're coming here and taking all of our jobs, and they come here and think they're better than us, and they this and a third. And I'm trying to say to you, there is an education gap that's being closed now because of the advent of social media and the internet. They're beginning to understand who we are. They're hearing our stories. Some of them are watching me now, or will see me and understand this now. oh, I did not know this, you know. But my major point that I want you to understand is that they don't have any incentive because they're not exposed to this white devil if they're in Africa. You feel me? So the only way they would know is if they see something online or if they happen to come here, you know. But it's getting around. It's getting around. They know. Wait, let me see what this is, y'all, because this could be something. I can't find the one I was looking for. Or because I didn't really want it, but now I kind of want it. This is a guy you have to see in Africa. A white bitch in every ad, or anybody white. I didn't have to see them. I didn't have to think about them. I didn't have to. They were not in my orbit. That alone will take years off of you and give you peace, man. Wait now. Oh, I need to say this. I don't know if I need to say it before or after this, because I don't know how long he's going. I don't know if he's going to do like the other guy, just sit there and let her talk, or if he is going to talk as she goes. Let's hear a little bit of this to understand what his flavor is, because he's African, and so that's a more rounded presentation for this and discussion. Because the other guy, like I say, he's had both experiences. He's some generation, whatever. This is the dude we want to see. That's all you need to know. Let's see what his take is, and then we will react accordingly.
What's up, pals? I hope you're good wherever you are today.
And hopefully he's going to tell us what country he is from or in or something. All right.
Today's video, I'm going to talk about pointing fingers between Africans and African American, especially when Africans leave Africa and go to the United States. This is something which always happens. I just want you to listen to this video and later on come back and let's say something about it, as I usually do. This is something which at some point African immigrants have become a victim of it. I myself, I interacted with an African immigrant who went to the United States and later on came back. And the stories that I had about Black Americans or African Americans, well, it wasn't interesting. The same things happen in this video. What this African American lady, she's upset. You can tell from the video when you watch it. Let's hear what she says and later on come back and say something about it.
The only reason why your black ass would be able to come over to America and be able to do anything is because of the hard work, the blood, the sweat, the fighting, and the dedication, docility that exists inside of the average Nigerian that I spoke to. Had a complacency and a docility that exists in there when it comes to their government. And then in their of the average white supremacist in this country, or
so guys, tell me what you think in the comment section about everything which you've heard about this sister. It is so saddening that it is in the 21st century, and we Africans, we need to realize this. We can't compare ourselves with African Americans. One, they fought through blood and sweat so that it is easier for you and I who want to pursue further education in the United States, who want to go and find greener pastures in the United States. Tell me what you think in the comment section about everything which you've heard about this sister. It is so saddening that it is in the 21st century, and we Africans we need to realize this. We can't compare ourselves with African Americans. One, they fought through blood and sweat so that it is easier for you and I who want to pursue further education in the United States.
Boom. What was I telling you earlier? There's Africans who are there who are conscious. I gave you different examples, and this was one of them. That I've seen some of them. I've said to you even, that understand. So this is perfect. He is an African. I don't know what country he's in, but it doesn't matter. He'll be seen on the continent, and so he's saying, as an African, boom, these people have paved the way for us. Like they have, and I doubt you're going to run into an African who first of all didn't know that, and then once they're made aware
After
of that,
this video, your life is never going to be the same. So I need you to stop whatever you're doing and give me your undivided.
All right, let me.
I want to think in the comment section about everything which you've heard about this sister. It is so saddening that it is in the 21st century, and we Africans we need to realize this. We can't compare ourselves with African Americans. One, they fought through blood and sweat so that it is easier for you and I who want to pursue further education in the United States, who want to go and find greener pastures in the United States, because of the activists, black activists who fought for black people. While you are walking as a black person, your color, you're protected because the group which is there is the Black Americans or African Americans who are in the United States. So you are walking under the umbrella of a black person.
And let's mention this, just to, in all of the police nonsense that we've covered over the years, and we see shit happening, and it's Karen this, and it's we don't hear African names. I've made the case for you over and over. I'm like, my whole government name is Arabic. I know my name has protected me. I've lived all over this country. I've been driving since I'm 17. I can count on one hand the number of times I've been pulled over. And I know that they've seen my name and went, that ain't the dude. And move on. I've had police behind me, following me, and all of a sudden they just turn off or they go on or whatever, So I offer that again because we don't ever hear, it's never like an African person's name that we hear that was shot 15 times and that was shot. The only one we had was back in the 1990s, and that was Amadou Diallo. And I think he might have been from the Caribbean. His mother was Muslim. Amadou Diallo. He was shot like 40-something outrageous times.
February 4th, 1999, an unarmed 23-year-old Guinean student named Amadou Diallo was fired upon with 41 rounds and shot a total of 19 times by 4 New York City Police Department plainclothes officers, Sean Carroll, Richard Murphy, Edward McMillan, and Kenneth Boss.
His mother was Muslim. So, Guinea. Go on.
You need to give credits where it's due. And it is a sad thing that most of us Africans, we don't even recognize this. At some point, I watched a show of, I also did a video about that, a Kenyan man who, brags that he has bought cars, black people keeps on complaining about racism, black people keeps on complaining about reparations, they need to get their shit together, People don't realize these people a number of African Americans have gone to jail. A number of African Americans have died, still yet fighting for the civilization, fighting for the rights of everyone. It is a sad thing that Africans still don't see that. It reaches a point where a black person, we need each other. African Americans will also sometimes need to come to Africa. When they come to Africa and they become successful, because I know a couple of African Americans who have come to Africa and they're doing so well in Africa. Why then don't they say that I've come to Africa and you are born in Africa? Why are you not doing well than I do? You know, if things could have been reversed, ask yourself that question. The main important thing that I want to say is this: we are brothers and sisters, especially for African Americans who recognize themselves as African Americans. I'm not talking about black people who don't agree with themselves that they are African Americans, but this message generally is for specifically African Americans. If you're an African American and you identify yourself as African American, one thing that I want you to know is this: most of Africans are not yet told much about the Black American history. They don't understand. They just see you as a person who have a lot of opportunities. They just see you as a person who have a lot of chances to do things, but you don't do that. That's why they behave the way they behave. But they're not being excused because they don't know. I mean, they need to know. And I thank the sister for calling all African immigrants out. Specifically, she was dealing with Nigeria. He called out Nigerians and said a number of things about the things which are going on in the United States.
I got to interrupt him to say this before I forget. We also we're our own best brochure. When they see us, these images go across the earth. They see us, you know, black astronauts going up. They see Barack Obama become president. When he went to Kenya, oh my God, make this your mission over the weekend, everybody. Go and watch President Obama visits Kenya. It was the second coming of Christ. It was Messiah. The way he was received in South Africa. I mean, it was just, oh my God. But they see this and they go, oh, they are doing that there. So we can go, you know. And she said something else, you know, I'm rich in Nigeria. Yeah, she's rich in Nigeria. You know, like I did the translation of my annual net worth in America and translated it to Gambia. I'm fat, real fat. I don't want to say the number on here. I don't know if that's a good idea. Maybe I should. It's over 1 million. There, I said it, but whatever. But that's relative. There's some other breakdowns you have to understand. But certainly Nigeria specifically, Nigeria's currency right now is nothing. Where's my goddamn translator? Are you the one? You are not it. You are it. You are it. You are it. Nigeria, the Naira. Because Amos being here and sending money back to his family, they live, homie. I think this is the Naira. So we'll just say $1. Oh no, I need American. And then it'll give me the Naira. $1. That must not be the Naira. Nigeria. What do I have up here? I have Gambia. I think that might be the Sefa. Anyways, the Naira is nothing right now. Like, I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, you could have anything you want in Nigeria, anything, you know, and I feel like it's damn it, I need to get the answer. Let me see. let's see, add currency. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M in Nigeria. That is Nigeria. Okay. So this isn't right, I don't think. But it says, and maybe, well, I'm on Wi-Fi on this phone. It's saying that the $1 US is 21, almost 22 of their dollars. It's not that, it's more than that. It's almost like $1 is, I feel like it's almost like $100 or something ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. Like, I mean, you can get a beachside condo for like $500 a year or something. It's ridiculous. Like the Naira is nothing. You understand? But not just Nigeria. In most African countries, the US dollar is powerful. The exchange rate is powerful against the local currency. So that's why they want you to pay more. You get overpaid. You get overcharged for stuff because they're like, you rich, so this is nothing for you, you know. And who can blame them? You are, you know. Samba and I were at a restaurant one afternoon. We had lunch, and when we were leaving, I asked Samba, you know, what's too much to tip? What's too much? And he gave me a number, and I did the translation. I'm like, well, that ain't really, that's only like $2 or $3. I could do a little bit more than that. Just a little something, you know. And I did that, and then the guy it was like out of Coming to America when Eddie Murphy goes to the thing, and the guy comes, he's in line at the stadium, and the guy's coming, they're taking his hat off and worshiping. The guy didn't worship me, but he was very like overly thankful. And I'm like, why is he so thankful? He's like, could you just pay for his transportation for the next 2 weeks? I'm like, what? How did I do that? You know? So let's not be so uptight. And I feel like this, because I went there with this idea, even though there was a couple times when I felt like, okay, y'all just being ridiculous now. Like, let's not, I don't mind being got, because I feel like we're all winning. If I'm worth more than you, and whatever happens, I'm getting a deal. So if you get a little something, I'm not mad. You feel me? But however, this one place that I looked at that I was interested in, because it was literally, I could throw a rock and hit the water at the beach, and with a bad arm. And the little bastard, as it were, was trying to, on top of what it was annually, he wanted a $200 and something, I think it was like 250 US as just his fee, and he hadn't done anything to earn $250. So it didn't matter really just you didn't earn that. There was nothing you did to earn it. You didn't earn it. There was nothing you did that was extraordinary that's like, oh yeah, I could see that, yeah, you should get that fee, like, you know. But what was also most insulting to me is that there's not a Gambian that can afford that. So why are you charging me that? It's one thing if it's a little elevated, it's a little bit more, okay, but this is like out of reach, because it was 250 US. Oh, I was on the wrong thing, y'all. I'm gonna tell you what the Nigerian thing is now, because I usually have the US up top, I think. Wait. Yeah, $1 is $1,470.37 in Nigerian naira. I knew I was, because I usually have the US up top, and then it was, but I was putting it in the Gambian. I was putting the dollar in Gambian and looking at the Nigerian result. No, $1 is 1,471 naira. That's outrageous. So $10. Let's just do $10, because why not? Well, because why not? Okay, $100. 147,000 naira. What was I just about to tell you? Oh, I'm gonna tell you what it was for Gambia, for this fee that he was trying to get out of me. That's 16,940 dalasi, which is the currency in the Gambia. That's what the bastard was trying to get out of me. 16,000. Well, we'll round it because there's a 9. So 17,000 dalasi he was trying to get out of me just for his fee. That's a lot of money. Now, I told Samba I'm not doing it and I don't ever want to talk to him again, ever. And he was an impressive young man too, very impressive. I was complimenting him when we walked down to the beach from the place and all of it. I mean, just the young people there are so impressive, you know. Yeah, man, he was very impressive. And I was complimenting him and I was telling him about my nephew and the whole thing. And, you know, and then he was trying to stick me with this damn fee, you know, like, nah, I'm not paying that ever in life. You understand? So yes, we are worth more when we go there, and so you get charged more. You know, even when I went to Gorée Island, I'm still bitter because when I went to Gorée Island in Senegal, this shirt I'm wearing, I bought this. I bought 2 other shirts that had pants that came with it. I bought this bag or this satchel, whatever you want to call it. This, if you guys could see this, I can't see me. Well, I'm in small screen now. But anyways, and there was some other little trinkets and stuff that I bought. And it was $150. I won't spend $150 on myself. I don't do that. And I was bitter but to my brother's credit, Papa was there with me and he let me know. He said, I don't buy this stuff, so I don't have any idea what's fair and what's not. I don't know. I can't guide you on this, you know. And, you know, and I was seduced by the sister that was helping me or that was trying to, you know, get me to do business with her and stuff. And, yeah, I just felt like, I mean, I was trying to give some credit because I know stuff is handmade and I could see, okay, you know, there's value there, but yeah, nah, because that means they got me for that was just her. And there was another chick that I spent another $50 with, I think it was. Ooh. So that was 11,000 dalasi. Then she was blowing up my phone, sending me samples of stuff, and it was a nightmare. So there are some that will go too far, you know, and get you. One of the things that I failed at, let's just see that he's got less than a minute. Let's just see this and I'll say that.
I also recognize the fact that our ancestors, our early ancestors played a role in selling of Africans and who were taken to the United States. Later on, a new family was born, African Americans, generally the Black Americans. We still have a due to pay. And the due to pay is always encouraging African Americans to come back home, putting the solidarity and the unity amongst Black people in general. So, with much being said, kindly don't compare each other. We are one people. What we need to do, we need to come together as one nation, as Black nation. Until then, peace, love, and harmony. Salute. If you watch this video for the first time, Kindly consider subscribing to my channel. This is Eugene from Kenya, on my way to 3K subs. If you help me subscribe, I really, really appreciate.
And I will
Salute.
subscribe because I don't remember.
Christians, did you know there's a biblical solution to getting rid of toenail fungus?
I subscribe to Black people just because, like, even if I know I'm probably not going to watch any more of your content, I subscribe just to help you. Why can't we do that? Damn. I can't. I was going to say that one of the things I really failed at, because I had learned about so much infighting that was going on with some of these Black folks in the Gambia before I left here, that I was like, I don't want nothing to do with Black people in the Gambia. I'm good. There was like a Muslim sister, like at least the non-Muslims. Like, I don't want nothing to do with non-Muslims, Black people. I don't really deal with non-Muslim Black people here, all like that. But certainly there, I was like, I don't need to, I'm good. But that was an error on my part. But when you know better, you do better. Because there was at one point when I was in Senegal, Papa and I think the day we were at the monument on my birthday, and there was some other Black folks there from America, and he identified them. He was like, brother, there's some of your people. Those are your people, you know? And I'm like, those are my people. I'm over it. But anyway, somehow we ended up talking to the people, and me and the older gentleman, we really had a oneness of mind. Everybody there was like, you guys should take a picture together. And we did, you know, like I have the picture. And I think they weren't like a part of a group, and that they were just there for a little while and they were leaving. But so I never got a chance to make contact with him. That's one. Then in the Gambia, Samba and I were at it's like an outdoor festival, because they had a stage, they had music, but they also had all these vendors, and so it was a thing. And he was like, oh, Jedi, there are some of your people, you know. I'm like, those are not my people, I'm over it. And literally he was going into their tent. They're these beautiful white, the whole thing was white tents, y'all. You had to see it. It was so nice, man. I didn't film that, I didn't tape it. But and I just kept on. I was like, no, I'm good. And I literally was just like, didn't have shit for them. And Samba kind of got after me about it a little bit, you know, and I'm just like, no, I don't need to talk to these people. Like, it's, you know, this and the third and whatever I said at the time, but that was not wise. And because what I began to understand later is I need them. It don't mean I got to be all friendly with them and, you know, like, oh, we're going to stay connected and all that. But I need them because they can give me something my brothers can't. That, you know, as it relates to the money, like, I know if I give you $20, I know what that $20 can do for you. I know the potential of $20 in the society. I know it. I gave you $20. There you go. You know, but what I don't know, so you can say, oh, something is this many Dalasi, and I do the translation. Oh, that's only this much in American, and you pay that. But one needs to go deeper into that, because what does that mean? What is the value of that? So when I get out of a taxi in Senegal and it's 2,000 sefa, okay, that's nothing. But what is it? Like, I don't know. If somebody just gives me a Dalasi or gives me 5 Dalasi, what's the potential of that? What is that? What really is it? You feel me? So I need people who are there, who have been living there, who understand by now. They can help me so I get a better value on my money. The other thing that I made a mistake was I just had this nightmare in my head that I was going to be stopped at immigration for having too much cash on me. So I didn't want to have a lot of cash on me, like literally traveling. And so what I did take in cash, I took 20s. Don't ever do that. You go to Africa, you take 100s and 50s, not shit else. You understand? Because otherwise you don't get the full translation value. It's only a few dollars. numbers. Like when Samba explained it to when I looked at how much I'm losing, it was like maybe $5. Like but because we went to so many places, that $5 must have really been something. You see? That's why I need to understand what's the potential of the money. What does it mean? What does it mean? I still don't know. I'm not able to even communicate it to you because I don't know. But that's part of the work that I have to do. Do you understand? I don't know. I don't know. So I need some Black people that are there. You know, like, because this will say it the best. I ran my own business here for years. And so let's say I have a pair of tennis shoes that in my store that I'm going to sell you for, you know, $49.99. And maybe I paid $7 a pair for those. I know what my markup is, and so I know what my net profit is on that. This is another reason I need to understand the money, because I don't understand how you're able to have a restaurant. There's a lot of people I've seen that have restaurants, you know, and stuff like, how would I even, like, if you're dealing with a society, a country where the average income is like less than what we would spend on lunch or something in a month, then how are you able to turn a profit? Where are you sourcing your for lack of word materials? Like, let's say this one chick, she's in, I don't know if it's Gambia or Ghana. She calls herself Crazy Burger. This heifer could be McDonald's, Burger King, name it, Chick-fil-A, she's that. She made a hamburger, it took off, and I'm like, wait, you have signage, you have POS, you have POP, I'm seeing your wrapping, I'm seeing your cash register, I'm just looking at just the operation cost of stuff. How do you have that? Number one. And B, what is now the gross investment on just what does it cost to produce one burger wrapped with all the condiments? Because you got to figure out how much a squirt of mustard costs, the ketchup, lettuce, tomato, cheese, the bun, the meat, all that, the wrapping, if you're going to put it in a bag, all that is a total cost for one item, one unit item to sell to a customer. What is your cost? How are you? Because you can't sell a burger for $3, $4, $5, $6. How are you? How? So I need to understand, man. I need to understand. Are you? How do I? I don't understand. I don't know what I don't know. I know what I don't know, but I don't know. I don't know what I don't know. I know what I don't know. I don't know how to. Y'all know what I'm trying to say. You understand? Like, I'm over it. All right, last comments. Oh, I missed this comment. Ray Supreme, punishment for slavery, question mark. That and just being evil. You feel me? Just being evil. Avalanches should happen to them. Hurricanes, tornadoes, tsunamis are good. Earthquakes are good. That's positive. Anything, any calamity, I'm here for it. A meteor strike. Black Beauty. That's to Chanel. And Hush TKO, technical knockout. Okay. Hush Harbor fought through blood and sweat to create a place where everyone in the world who has melanin is trying to get to and make a better way for themselves and their families. Yeah, man. I can also tell you this, everybody. I experienced complete and total freedom and peace in Africa. I didn't have a care in the world other than I had to come back to this bitch. But there is a freedom and a peace that comes over you that it's hard to even really articulate it, because it's so organic. It just is. You know, nobody has manufactured it. It's not contrived in any way. It's just you don't feel like you're under surveillance everywhere you go. You don't hear there's cameras everywhere, and you just kind of know it. None of that. Even just getting from one place to the next, you know, yes, there's roads, but if I need to get someplace, I can just go around you into oncoming traffic. You know, nobody's going to be honking horns and bitching at you and getting out. You know, the traffic is very congested in both countries, both in Senegal and in the Gambia, but it's a respectful chaos. Nobody's giving anybody the middle finger. It's kind of known. It's very harmonious. Like, I never was in a vehicle and felt unsafe, ever. And I don't ride with nobody, but there I rode with everybody. Never felt unsafe. Never felt unsafe. And you know, any hour of the night, kids are out playing and can just be out. You don't have to worry if your kids are gonna be safe, or somebody's gonna abduct your kids. Oh my God, that just doesn't go. How many times? There was at least a couple times where Samba and I didn't know people even got into the back of the car. There was some place we was at one day. We walked back to the car, got in. I didn't know that there was a grown man and somebody else that was in the back till we stopped to let them out. I'm like, when did they get in the car? Like, when did that happen? But then there was other times when there was kids that are coming from school, and they have this little thing when they stay on the side of the road. I'm going to lean over, but literally be down at your side, like just your arm would be hanging down. And they do this thing, letting you know, like they would like a ride if you're going to help them out or whatever. So literally we would have school kids that would just get in, little kids just in the back, and they just ride as long as they need to, and they get out, and that's it. It's nothing. It's nothing. Nobody, they get in the car with them strange men. No, it was none of that, you know. My brother Dowda, in Gambia, when Samba and I would go to his compound, I forget how many families are in that compound. There's a few families that stay in there. And I did live streams from there. You guys saw me there. I was showing you the Atai that I was drinking, and some other things. But like literally everybody comes out just to greet me. All the kids file past me just to greet me, and they go back about their way just to greet me, you know. It's very laid back. You know, even one day, because Samba's car had a flat tire, so we were actually going to pick up the car, but we were making a couple stops before that. But there's in Ghana, they're called trotros. It's just like a minivan that's been a little modified a little bit, and you just get on there and ride where you need to ride, and you just give them like something, and then, you know, whatever. And I even love, and I've got some pictures and video of that. And I love how we were just all packed in there like sardines. Like nobody bitches that you on them and oh my God, and everybody trying to keep their space. It's just, this is humanity. This is what we're doing. And I loved it so much, man. I loved that. I loved it because as I said to you guys before I even left for the continent, I need to go someplace where I know my soul fits. My soul doesn't fit here. The person that I am, the type of humanity that I enjoy and things like that. This is not the environment for me. Everything that I am was validated and echoed back to me in Africa. That's where I'm from. That's where I belong. You understand? My humanity was normal there. It was normal. I loved one Friday we were going to the masjid for a prayer in Senegal. And this group of little boys ran up. They were looking for some pocket change. And I remember growing up in Chicago, anytime you saw a collection of adults, especially grown men, you knew they must got some change in their pocket for some candy. They got it. And usually you go up to me, can I have some money for some candy? They give you some money. So I flashed back to that in like a half of a second, you know, and I just gave them everything I had in my pocket. Now, remember, I don't know the value of anything, so I don't know what I don't know what I just did. You feel me? I wasn't trying to cause a scene. I don't know what I gave them. I'm not mad, but did I do too much? You know. Yeah, I love that though, because I just was immediately transported back to that place. So they just saw all of us brothers come up the street. We're all in our stuff for the mosque. And this was just some little kids that know that those are older men. They must have some money, you know. So it was a beautiful thing. You know, just and being Muslim, being anywhere, and prayer is a part of the society. Like we were at Dowda's one time and I wanted to go to the store that was right by his house to get something. And when I went over, they go, oh, the brother went over, he went across to the mosque to pray. He'll be right back. I love that, you know. Or when we were out at Goree Island and it was time for one of the prayers and you see people putting down their prayer mats already. And if you didn't bring your prayer mat, they had a place for people to pray. So it was already some prayer mats there. So you just, I mean, it was so many things that were just what I know life is supposed to be, what it really is supposed to be, you know. And yeah, I can't wait to get back, man. I can't wait. But for those of you who don't ever plan on trying to leave here, you should try to visit the continent. Pick a country and go. I've always made the pledge to my people, anyone who knows me, I'm going to be in the Gambia. But you come to the Gambia, you got somebody to pick you up at the airport, you got some place to stay. You don't have to be like, I don't know nobody, I don't know where to go, I don't got nobody to meet me, this and the third. I'm the dude, it's me. And I'm keeping that promise till my head is cold. Always know that. And then if you're just never going to visit even, then you should at least educate yourself about Africa, but also, as I said before, reach out to Africans who are here. Find out where they're at in your city or town, where they mostly be at and stuff like that. Go and make friends with them. Go and make yourself known. Say, we need to have a conversation. They're very open, you know, and they're not expecting it. I don't know any Africans other than the Senegalese that are rude. You know what I mean? Like even some of them French ass people was in Gambia because me and Samba was at this spot that I showed you guys in a video before I even left here, where the guy had a beautiful property. He had a restaurant, and then like with a big indoor back patio area that was a pool and everything, and then but the next door was like a pastry shop, and next to that was something else, and upstairs he had these beautiful apartments, and I was listening to see how much was he saying they rented for, and blah blah blah. Anyway, so we were there, and I went to the restroom to use the restroom or wash my hands or something, and I come back, and we didn't have any silverware on our table or napkins or anything, so I see this little cart with silverware and stuff. And so, but there's some people in the booth right there. So I was like, is this for everybody? And they gave me death glare. Like they was ready to fight. I'm like, I went south side of Chicago. I don't remember what I said, because when I trigger, I see red. I don't know what I said. It was not nice. Just like the night that the dude was like, you are late, and would let me get on that flight coming back. When I had to go from that, plus at one point he snatched my cell phone. Oh my God, y'all. I'm a dangerous person. I'll go to Senegal. If I go to Senegal, it's going to be an arrest made, and you're going to see me on CNN. So there's no need for me to do that except by land and go directly to my brothers and see them, and then under the cover of night, just get out and go back to Gambia. But when he was sending us over now to this other window, which there was some other little dainty twit in there who spoke French. But I was trying to be nice to him because I know whatever you put in that computer is going to affect my life. You feel me? About how somebody will get out of here. You feel me? So, but going over there were some people that literally were in the way and literally just stayed in the way. And then when I bumped in something, they were like, something they did. And I turned around and said, everybody get the fuck back. I said, I have nothing to live for, and I will kill everybody here. I will fucking do it. Don't fuck with me. I did that. Wallahi. That happened. And they all moved back. I must have looked like a demon. Because I was so, and I meant that too. Like, I don't have shit to live for, and I will kill anybody here. Like, this is not the moment to, you don't know who you're dealing with right here. You don't know. You don't know. So, I don't recommend Senegal. If you go to Senegal, don't fly in. Because even when I left, and there's another little piece too, because even after I wasn't able to leave that night, and he fucked up all that, then now I had to wake up my brothers in Senegal at an ungodly hour, and they had already put the house back together past my visit now. So now I'm intruding. And but when I left, whatever, a few days later, whenever I left, I don't ever go through the x-ray at no airport because I know what they do. So you're going to wand me. That's what we're doing. And you need to, whatever you need to do to pat me down, I'm cool with that. And this fucker, again, in Senegal, I had one of my wraps on. And he was like, what is this? I'm like, I'm a Muslim. Like, what are we talking about? And I'm African. So not understanding. They took me in her room. So now I'm thinking, I'm in another room now. When I leave out of here, everybody in here is going to be bleeding from their fucking throat. That's what's going to happen. Because I'm about to leave your shitty ass country and go back to this other bullshit. Don't fuck with me. So he had the audacity to question me as a Muslim. I said, I thought you were Muslim. Aren't you Muslim? And he was giving me that fake broken English bullshit that I don't believe. Because the first requisite to work at this bitch is you need to speak English. It's an international airport. Huh? Oh my God. Like, dude, I can't. Senegal is not the spot for me. It's not. I was not pleased at all. At all. At all. Was not. Was not. Like, so my brothers were beyond wonderful. May Allah give them the hasana and the ajr for their kindness, their hospitality, their everything, their generosity, their humanity, their everything. I'm beyond, there's no words, because to say I'm blessed it seems too cheap. It's beyond, like, that was, oh man, I can't even, there's no words. But, so that's wonderful. But that, outside of that, nah. Because even I was going to try and get my hair braided. Like, I haven't had my hair braided in years. And there was a place they said across the street, this in Senegal. I walked in there, it was women. Just I walked in and they gave me death glare and I walked out. It wasn't like, oh, let's see who this guy is or what he, you know, it was like, you, like, fuck you, what, like, it, you felt it. You saw it, you felt it, and I just walked out like, oh, I don't belong here. I'm out. I'm out. It's fine. No need to get my hair braided ever. So, anyways, let's put down this divide. That last brother that I showed you was the perfect crescendo and bookend on this, because he proves what I said to you and what I know to be true. There are many Africans who absolutely understand the whole picture. They got it. They get it. There's many Black African YouTubers who you could watch, who you hear in their language. They understand, you know. This one brother in Ghana, I want to meet him so bad, but he does so many good interviews of diasporans coming there. He's so fantastic. His style of interviewing, I love this brother so much, man. SubhanAllah. And but he knows that this is in his work even, you know. And it also gives us an opportunity to say to them, y'all need to appreciate Africa. Because they see, because sometimes it takes somebody coming, doing, like, let's say you have anything and somebody else comes in and you see them, you go, wait, I didn't know I had that. Wait, let me get that. You know, like, you know, somebody, you don't know what you have. Somebody else has to come in and show you what you have. And you go, oh, okay. I didn't know I had that. I didn't know I was bombing like that. You feel me? So that's the thing. And ultimately, you don't meet, I don't know of any Africans that aren't proud to be African or proud of their country. There's this guy that I'm telling you about that I just told you is an amazing interview and blah, blah, blah. There's a dude that he interviews who I think is just up there to incite anger from people, because he puts down Africa. He's like, I want to go to America because, and just all the shit he says, I wanted to, like, I had queued it up at one point a long time back. I was going to bring you him. And then somehow I lost the spirit for it or whatever, and I never brought it. But there's more of them that know what's going on than don't know what's going on. And Africans travel more than we ever are going to travel. You understand? Because they are true citizens of the world. We only know this country. Most Americans, I think the numbers is less than 10% of Americans have a passport, and then there's a smaller number of that actually have used it. So nobody in America goes anywhere, but is an expert on everywhere else and talk shit about everywhere else and ain't been nowhere. You feel me? But Africans travel in a heartbeat. They travel. They go to countries that you and I would never even, like, why would you go to Belgium? Why are you, what, for what? You know, but there they are. You know, they go to Russia, they go to Germany, they go to, you know, places that you're like, why are Africans? Like, we learned that there was Africans in Ukraine. The fuck are you doing in Ukraine? For what? But there they are. There they are. They are more citizens of the world because they've not been oppressed the way we are. There's real freedom, so they don't feel any barrier to anything. They do what they feel like they want to do. They do that, you know. They do that. It's so beautiful. So they travel more than us, and it takes so much more for them to even travel. If I want to go, like, I'm going to Florida, I'll get on the plane LAX. It's a nonstop flight. I land in Fort Lauderdale. I'm done. It's fine. But you can't just get on a plane in Ghana and go to Nigeria, even though it's right there. That won't happen. You may have to go to the UK and go some like 6 other places before you land your bitch ass in Nigeria. For what? For what? You see? But they really are citizens of the world, man. And they don't seem to be afraid to go anywhere or experience anything. That's my observation. We have a lot to learn from Africans. There's so much there that it's almost like even if they came here and treat us the shittiest, you need to love them anyway, because it's just going to be out of ignorance. They don't know. The moment they know, they'll change. That's how they are. Like, you must understand, remember, their humanity is different than ours. Their understanding of existence and respect and honor and relationship is different than ours. It's different. It's different. It's different. If my brothers in Senegal had come here and visited me and I never met them, and they came and visited me and I hosted them, and when they left, if they didn't call me, I probably would call them eventually. Hey, are you guys okay? You know, but I think Papa called me, or I don't know if I called him or he called me. He's like, how come you haven't called the family? Like, what's going on? You know? And I was immediately like, yeah, like, what am I doing? You know? So you got to take them in context. Remember, as I said before, they are the genuine article. We are not superior. Yes, our only claim to fame with them is we have taken the slings and arrows and the hardship here so that them and anybody else, quite frankly, but specifically speaking of Africans, we've laid a path for them now. They can come here. And we've taken all the slings and arrows and still continue to take the slings and arrows. You see what I'm saying? Because Eric Garner is being choked out, not like I can't even come up with an African name off the top of my head. But you know what I'm saying? Like, we don't hear African names, which is not hearing it. You know, it was Breonna Taylor that got shot, not Anika Unkalu. I can't come up with an African name. So something is happening there because they look like us. Why aren't they being treated like us? Because they must know who they are. They must know that's them and we don't need to fuck with them. Like I've told you my own, I'm not a continental African, but my name is Arabic. I know that has served me. I know it. I know it has served me. I know it. 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 Because they don't get by me and it's Tyrone James or some shit. It's not. So, for those under the sound of my voice, let us show grace, patience, and understanding. And above all, let us give benefit of the doubt to our brothers and sisters from the continent. So, I'll just see if there's any more comments, anything you have to say, and we'll be out. I don't want to take up too much of your time today, everybody. And we may have an opportunity to get together again before the weekend is out. Inshallah. Cheryl, Jedi, you remember last year when you were in California, the city of Los Angeles had a hurricane and an earthquake at the same damn time. I don't, Cheryl. I think somebody told me there was a hurricane in California. I'm like, what? It went past me because I didn't care. I didn't feel it. It was not. So no, I feel like maybe somebody's mentioned something. Ruckus, you say, I know 3 people from Nigeria, and all of them said, wow, I didn't know how hard it was for in the United States, and everything costs so much. See? They get over here and realize that rent alone, and it's not annual like it is in Africa. Like what you pay in 1 month, you could pay that in Africa, and that's your rent for the year, bitch. The year. And depending on how your rent is, it might be for 2 years. If you're somebody on the side of my voice right now and your rent is $2,500 to $3,000, that's 2 years rent in Africa. I could tell you that unequivocally. That's 2 years rent. And it's more than that even in Nigeria. Probably 3 years, 4 years even. Stop paying this fucking monthly rent. Get the fuck out of here. Do it now. What was I saying? Yeah. So they get here and just that rent alone be like, you want that a month or annually? And they go, that's a month. Then they run to the airport and get on the first red eye going back to wherever. Like they're running on the tarmac, you feel me? Like after the plane, you know, in the movies when the plane is already going down the runway and somebody's running behind it, that, you feel me? That's, they doing that. I can just go back to the airport and go back to Nigeria because it is way too high for me. I cannot do this. Yeah, it's high as fuck here, dude. And they're coming from countries where there's a low annual income. So they're happy to work very hard once they get here, but the shit is up. So I would like to see the numbers of how much it has slowed down since just inflation alone. You know, like where they're giving all this fucking money to Israel. Bitch, where's the legislation to lower the goddamn rent? You feel me? I'm over it. But there's black people doing that because there was this one Airbnb that I looked at possibly before Samba told me, like, I just built a brand new house. You can have one of the master bedrooms. This sister, she's from America. And what she wanted per night, I'm like, what Gambian could stay there? No, I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it. So you got black people gouging and some black people going there and gearing their business to us coming there. You see, which I don't like that. If you come to my country, you need to have some shit I can afford. And if not, you should not be in business here in my country. That's how I feel about it. Cheryl, Jedi, thanks for sharing your experience in Africa and providing your points of view on foundational Black Americans versus Africans. Great live stream tonight. Thank you, Cheryl. And thank you for being a constant gardener and a ride or die. Yeah, we have to get over this division, you guys, because that just serves this white devil. You know, it just serves them, man. And everything we do, we should have a conscious thought. Can I do something to spite this white devil? And if it spites them, then you execute. Give a fuck what it is. Do it just to spite their ass. If for no other reason. Do you understand? So we don't need to do that. We need to be supporting our brothers and sisters on the continent. And, you know, I would love to see, you know, when I was in high school in band, sometimes we would have events away where a whole nother school band would host us. And so what that meant, so like when we won the International Music Olympics, right? The band, this was in Anaheim, California. It was a 5-day event. It was everything. It was field show competition. It was color guard. It was percussion. It was dance team. It was everything with band. It was concert band competition, like Symphonic 1, Symphonic 2, concert band, this, all this. And this was like an Olympics. And we had parade competition. And then the big event was we had our field show tournaments in Anaheim Stadium. And after that performance, they total up all your scores, and they were going to pick 3 top bands that were going to now come back later that evening at a different stadium to compete, and then the number 1 and 2 and 3 would be announced. And we were one of those 3. But I mention it because our band was just over 200 people at the time. So this family took as many people as they could take. This family took, so our band was all over the city. Like band members, they hosted us. So I'm saying, what if we had something like that for Africans that came here? You know, where we're gonna host you. You could set that up across the country. You just have like you could make up brochures. You could have everything like we host. So like if you come, we got you. You know. That's good for interpersonal relations, you know. If nothing else, you gain another family member, you gain an education, and the other side of it is maybe someday you're in their country and oh my God, they're happy to host you. It could happen. You know, we just have to I cherish Africans, and I didn't have to go to Africa for that to happen. You go and watch the very first video that I ever did in 2015, and I reposted it. It's here on the channel, and I was so emotional that day, and that's the first time I ever cried on camera, and I was still holding back, and there's nothing but waterworks in that damn video. It was but I was saying to you there, like, I know, you know, even Kofi that I worked with for years in Maryland, it was such a missed opportunity. Because here I worked side by side with his brother. Kofi and I were so close, and I never asked him anything about Africa. I could just kick myself. It just wasn't my life. I didn't know, you know. He used to bring me goat. We'd have goat. But I learned so much from him because Kofi was so patient. He couldn't be rattled. I learned, but that's that. There's an Africanness, man, that is like I said, we have a lot to learn from them, y'all. There's so much good things to learn from Africans. So much. So much. If we can learn from them, join with each other, both us here, them there, and plot and shun this white devil, there's nothing we could do. We can't do. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. So I think we'll put a punctuation there, everybody. Inshallah, we'll try to be together because what I'm also going to start doing, this was a good foyer into sort of bringing this channel back to life, because as I started out saying at the very beginning, you know, when I had set up this channel and why and all that stuff. And so even when I came back from Africa, I'm like, well, I don't know what to do on this channel, but there's so much other stuff that I can do on the topic of Africa. There's so many things that I can cover. Like there's some things I'm going to bring you. There's this one sister I'm going to bring you who, wow, she's deep. Her own personal journey spiritually, like you could tell she's really, it's almost like like the Moses experience on Sinai. She's not saying that, but that's how in tune I was with what she was saying, you know. And like her and her dude, he's African. Brothers will definitely feel inadequate, should I just say, because as soon as I seen the brother, I immediately got on the floor and did like 10 crunches real quick, just a couple crunches just to tighten up. Just to tighten up a little bit and stuff, just a little tighten up. Feel me? Just keep it tight. Feel me? But this brother, I guess he does work out with weights, because I remember I did see him with a dumbbell. I don't know if there's an age difference, but I see. I'll talk about it when we do it. But anyways, I want to bring you that. There's other stuff that I want to bring you that will be of great interest and value. Yeah, it doesn't have to just be about me. Like, I was just like, well, I'm filming my life, but there's other stuff we can do in the interim. And then we just keep this alive, because, as I say, when I go back home to the Gambia, then that all starts again, because I really want my people to see my day-to-day. If you have not seen everything that's here on this channel, I invite you to go and see it, because there's a lot of stuff here. In fact, just quickly, alhamdulillah. Like, these are all just like stuff, you feel me? This is the video I was telling you about a moment ago. It says my first Africa video. That one, dude. Wow. I remember the energy of that day, y'all. That was such a turning point for me. That's what you see in those tears coming down my face, man. Then I have, like I say, there's a lot of personal stuff here. As I told you, there's also videos of the passport. They took down the actual video when I actually got the passport. I thought I had it and I was going to re-upload it, but apparently I must have done that live. When you do a live, I don't have a copy. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have a copy, because the white man is the devil. And anyways, but I take you to the whole passport situation, blah, blah, blah. Then there's some more personal stuff. Then when I was going back and forth, when it was the whole debacle of Ghana, and then my sister, I was going to go to Nigeria with her to hand her off so she could get married. And it was, but then we eventually come up to the point where I am leaving. I don't know what this Gambia, how not to film Africa, not understanding. Senegal, the beautiful country. That's Senegal. This is the moment I left. Then I cover it all. And then there's some video on a live, I think, where I put it all together, because just I've done my work and I've done a very good job, if I must say so myself. There's footage here of me at home at Samba's. I even did live streams from there. There's a lot of driving video, both in Gambia and in Senegal. I also show you some of my apartment tours, so you get to see the types of places I was looking at, how much they cost per month, all of that. And then I have drone footage so that I could show you. I have drone footage, I have aerial footage from Senegal, and I have drone footage, aerial footage from Gambia. That's another thing that I've not seen people doing. Like, well, let's show it from the sky, And then this is why you always see the Cash App and the GoFundMe up underneath their video, because this is a whole video that I produced for this mosque. I would walk to it from where I lived at Samba's house. It's like right there. And it's in a state of unfinished and disrepair. And I've asked my people, for the love of God, could you please donate? So the GoFundMe and the Cash App is always underneath my video. Nobody has any excuse other than selfishness. There's a video of me on the beach when Samba and I went to the beach, and there's other stuff in that video from that day. Then I redid my exit video because I wanted to have everything not be one compartment. I wanted it to be one thing for you, so you actually could have more of a complete experience. So because part of it was live stream, so if you didn't see the live stream, you had to see some of the recorded video. So I joined the recorded video and the live video, so it would be one thing. So you see, even in that where, you know, when you hover over it, it starts doing stuff. So you see there, I'm on the plane, I'm in the seat. Then you see that I'm in the wrong seat when these Filipino people come up, and I'm like, I'm on the wrong side of the plane even. So I get my little bitch ass up and go to the other side and all that. You see everything. Like, I'm doing exactly what I said I would do. Like, I'm here to show everything. So people, because I need you to imagine yourself. I need you to feel it. Plus, I know my people need to see. Those that are uninspired, don't have the intellectual property to just imagine and infer, they need to see. So let's just show everybody, you feel me? So I've done that. And then I've got some other things that I did in the interim because of that, what was happening in Burkina Faso and Mali and Guinea, etc., with I haven't said his name in a while and I can't say it again. My boy, my brother. Damn it. Ibrahim Traore. Allahu Akbar, and I'll let you with Allah. And then, of course, I have my live streams that we've done here on this channel. And many of those are from the continent. I even went live at Goree Island when I was in Senegal. So there's a wealth of stuff here, you guys, that I'm very proud of. In fact, there I am at Goree Island. Where I'm in the Deion Sanders throwback, that's Goree Island. I hate those sunglasses. I hate I ever wore them, but I didn't know. They really look bad on me. I'm over it. Anyways, and then the ferry ride from Dakar over to Goree Island, me and Papa, I film us. Papa has a great sense of humor, like me too, when he gets my sense of humor. So we could just really crack up, you know, and act a fool. I love that about him. It's one of the main things I love about him. And yeah, man, so it's all there. And I think I live streamed when I was even there buying stuff at Goree Island. I mean, the Jedi does his work. The Jedi does his work. This is one of the videos I tell you about where I was at Dowda's compound. We're having a tie, and there's other stuff on there. It must be because it's an hour and a half, so I know there's a lot more other stuff on there. I have live streams from Samba's house. There I am on the porch where I showed you guys stuff when we were live. So I've done my work, man. The Jedi does his work. The Jedi does his work. So you definitely want to, if you want to be educated and see some real stuff from Africa, but also get an idea of what you need to do to prepare and all that kind of stuff, then that's what this channel is all about. But it's to cover all things Africa, and there's so many avenues of things that I'm going to be bringing you that are going to blow your mind, because it was a revelation for me. No, it doesn't have to be just about your life, Jedi. There's so much other stuff to cover with Africa. Do that. Okay, universe, I'll do that. So I'm hoping to be busy tomorrow in a good way. So if we don't get together tomorrow, then inshallah we'll get together on Sunday, everybody. I thank you guys all for coming. Most of the names that I saw this evening were new to me for the most part. Hopefully everyone who, if you are new, if you weren't already subscribed to me, hopefully you will subscribe to this channel. And I'm only saying that now because I see people with, I even see the Young Turks, y'all, and other big, like out of this world channels saying that only 1% of their viewers have subscribed to them, and they're telling people, please subscribe. I'm like, y'all getting that? I mean, you know, I thought I was languishing. So apparently it's just an apathy across the platform. you know. So subscribe to the Jedi. And, you know, and also when people subscribe to you, then you feel more obligated in a way to honor that. You know, you produce more content. You got people waiting on you. Get your ass in gear, you know. So I do love you guys all. Hopefully you've gotten something constructive out of this stream. And I have left you fuller leaving me than you were when you came to me. I will see you soon. The Jedi has spoken.